Certainly. Mr. Cantor,
Here.
Mr. Mancini, Ms. Wells,
Here.
Mr. Witherspoon,
Here.
and Mr. Schulman.
Here.
Okay.
All right. The first order of business, extension of time requests on approved applications, 9-20 SP /10-20 CAM, TB Norwalk Apartments, extension of time request. This is the Pinnacle project. And who is representing them this evening?
Mr. Chairman, their representative had a conflict tonight, and so I said I thought staff could adequately address the issue for them and gave them the night off from this.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
it's a simple matter of timing. They actually are in the process of getting their permits now. They're working with the building department on obtaining demo permits and anticipate filing building permits sometime after the first of the year. So they are, as they indicated, planning on moving forward with the project and just don't want to run afoul of the statutory timeframe to obtain that permit.
What is the current expiration date?
It's sometime mid to late January, so
Yeah,
it's like
January
it's very
15th.
close.
Okay, okay. Can I have a motion to approve a one-year extension?
So move.
Okay, Michael moves. Is there a second? And Frank seconds. Why don't we do this with a show of hands? All those in favor? And it's unanimous. That's approved. Next, review and action on new applications. The first is 2021-36 CAM, Tristram Perkins, 19 South Beach Drive, raise and renovate, although I understand that's demolish and rebuild existing single-family residence. And who is representing them?
I am, sir.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right, great. Good evening, everybody. Adam Blank of Wapsie Rosen for the applicant, Tristan Perkins, live here in Norwalk. I'm going to just share my screen. It may take a minute to load up. As it's loading up, there we go. With me on this Zoom is Chris Todero, the architect, and the project engineer, Brian Smith of DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. I'm just going to give you a brief presentation, and they'll be here to answer questions, but they don't plan to give you a presentation unless you demand it of them. I know you got a lot on your agenda. So this is the aerial, the properties at 19 South Beach Drive in Rowayton, Roten Point and Bailey are over here. So we're obviously right on the water. We have all of the necessary SEAC sign-offs. There was already a favorable review from the Harbor Commission. It's a single family CAM, so no hearings required. We hope you'll approve it tonight. It is in the AE15 flood zone. And there's an existing single family home, which is this one here on the left. And it's not FEMA compliant. It's not compliant.
Morgan, what year was that house built? You mute yourself.
Did you ask what year was the house built?
Oh, you're sorry, Adam.
Okay, no problem. So, because I don't know the answer, but so the existing house is not flood compliant. The plan is to raise the house about 5 feet so that it does become FEMA compliant. Initially, it was contemplated that basically the house would be taken down to the studs, and some of those would remain and the rest of the house would then be rebuilt on the studs that existed, and some of the studs would actually be removed. So you'd keep 25 to 50% of the studs, and everything else would be gone on the renovated house. But as they've gone further into cost estimating and trying to figure out how to logistically make that work with the property needing a new foundation underneath the house. It's almost certainly going to need to be demolished. It will still follow the architectural plans that have been submitted. And I'll just kind of scroll through some of them to show you what the house that's proposed will look like. None of that is proposed to be different, whether it's reconstructed or constructed as new. Everything will stay as shown in our plans. But I just want to make that clear. The house, the proposed structure meets your maximum height regulation for the roof, the top of the roof. It doesn't meet the midpoint. It's too tall at the midpoint. We did obtain a variance for that. And similarly, we did obtain a variance for the number of stories under your regulations. And I'm showing you that the neighbor's house here, which is also shown here, is a little taller than ours. And generally speaking, the layout of stories is pretty much identical. And that was recently approved by you guys. But they used for the front and back walls, breakaway walls. And under your regulations, or the interpretation of your regulations, if you use a breakaway wall, what's behind it doesn't count as a story. If you use flood vents, what's behind it counts as a story, even though what's permitted to be actually behind those walls is the same in either scenario. So we did obtain a variance for the number of stories because we're using flood vents, which is equally as permissible for the flood zone regulations. So it is fully compliant with your regulations. The reconstructed house is going to be, it's just the footprint's enlarged slightly. The garage is moved a little bit as a result of a couple of these tweaks from the existing footprint. The impervious surface area is going to decrease, not substantially, but there will be a decrease in impervious surface areas. And as a result of that decrease, there'll be a corresponding decrease in runoff. And that's a decrease in the peak flow rate as well as the runoff volume. And you do have a drainage impact statement that clearly sets that out. We'll be doing mitigation measures during the development, so there's no adverse impact on coastal resources during development, which would include treatment of the stormwater runoff by temporary sedimentation and other erosion control measures, installation of silt fencing, and a temporary stockpile area. When the construction is complete and the disturbed areas are then graded, seeded, and stabilized, we'll remove the temporary sedimentation and erosion control measures. And of course, by raising the structure and bringing it out of the path of floods, we believe that it will result in an improved property, and certainly there won't be any adverse impacts to downstream properties or local body waters, and it will have no adverse impacts on coastal waterways. So that's my real quick presentation on the project. We can give you as much specifics if you'd like, but if you don't have concerns or questions, we can leave it at that.
Just a comment, and that is that house that Attorney Blank showed next to the house that's being demolished is one that we had approved about a year and a half ago. Also, it was a demolition and a new build. Just thought I'd point that out in terms of orienting you. This is, although it's referred to as Rowayton, it's on Bell Island, just across the street from the water. Staff have any comments on this?
Nothing further, no.
Okay, then I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Okay, Michael moves and Frank second. Any discussion? All right, if not, let's go to the vote. Again, I think we can do this by raised hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, Richard abstains. Everyone else voted in favor. So the motion carries.
Thank
Only
you.
because I came in late, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. We knew you were coming late. We weren't at all surprised by that. Okay, next item. 2021-39 CAM. Martin Van Dyke, 34 Harborview Avenue. Again, demolish existing single-family and reconstruct new single-family residence. Who is presenting?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Liz Suchy, I'm presenting.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Good evening. For the record, I'm Liz Suchy at Carmody, Torrance, Sandeck, and Hennessy, and I represent the owner, Martin Ekema Van Dyke, who is present and as part of this hearing this evening. Also on the call is Larry LaPere, civil engineer with Soli Engineering, and Skylar Grotto, one of Mr. LaPere's colleagues. Neighbors were notified of the submission of this application on November 1, and to date, I have not received any inquiries from neighbors, which is not particularly unusual since they were also notified of this proposal by way of a variance that was necessary for height to midpoint of the dwelling. That hearing was conducted in October, and there was no opposition from neighbors. In fact, two neighbors, one to the side and one across the street, both sent in letters of support. But the certificate of mailing should be in your file. And as I said, the neighbors were notified of this application on November 1. The property is located at 34 Harbor View, District 5, Block 85C, Lot 18. It is zoned B as in boy residence. The size of the lot is slightly undersized. Instead of 6,250, it's 5,408, and is improved with a one-story single-family house constructed in the late 1930s. Current nonconformities, and if Larry wouldn't mind calling up the zoning location survey, they include lot coverage, setbacks, lot size, and certainly the house from 1938 is non-compliant with current FEMA requirements. The proposal before you this evening is very similar to the one that you just heard, other than my client plans to demolish the existing structure in its entirety and construct a new, slightly smaller dwelling that would be 2.5 stories. There would be 2 parking spaces behind the front setback. It would be compliant with all setbacks and coverage, and most importantly, it would meet the FEMA requirements for this zone. And that is the 15 foot plus 1 foot for in the additional height that's required. We have received Harbor Commission sign off, SNU sign off, Public Works and WPCA. We're working diligently with them to secure their approvals. Some additional comments were raised earlier this week and late last week, but I'm confident that those issues and those plan review concerns will be addressed and the plans will be ultimately approved by those agencies. I would like Mr. Mr. LaPere to just come on for a couple of minutes, to just walk you through the site plan. And other than that, it's a rather straightforward.
Yes, he is.
So Larry, are you on? Great,
I am,
thank you.
and I'm just trying to get to where I can share the screen here. I have lost, there we go. Having some trouble finding our meeting window. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. And I'm just, there we go. Stop
Now
there
we can
now.
see you.
Wonderful. And now hopefully you can see one of my screens. This one.
Not yet.
Cannot see the screen.
There we go.
Not yet. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so Attorney Suchy had mentioned that we have a zoning location survey, and this is what was prepared for the site, which indicates on here some of the existing nonconformities that we had, and also the fact that there was a nonconformity with the new architecturals that we went and sought and received the variance for. And so the existing survey is here, upon which we based the site plan which you are looking at now. So there's a new home that is approximately 60 square feet smaller than the existing home in terms of size of the building. The existing home is about 1,948 square feet. This one is 1,888. All told on the site is approximately 130 square feet less impervious area. And so as a result, our runoff has been reduced. And the architecturals indicate other areas such as the wooden decking that is basically pervious, because in between the slats of the wooden decking, the rainfall can fall through. Underneath is gravel. So there's a slight reduction in the amount of impervious on the site. The area in the front is a gravel courtyard rather than asphalt paved. All of this will help to reduce the runoff and reduce any impacts from the runoff. This has been vetted by the Harbor Commission and DEEP. We, as Attorney Suchi indicated, are currently working through some comments from both DPW and WPCA, which we expect to have resolved shortly. We are certainly happy to accept any approval that is conditioned upon those approvals. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from the commissioners? No, I think not.
Just curious what the house is going to, you know, a picture of the house other than just the footprint?
I don't know if Brian is able to screen share a copy, some of the photos that we used at the ZBA hearing. If so, that would be great.
I can find it.
It's a somewhat nondescript one-story house, but it is dating to 1938. I don't know if Larry, if you were able to screen share any photos?
Let me see if I can do that right now. I gotta find them first.
It's not that important. I just was curious. You know, just the footprint doesn't really tell you much about.
Just to give you some context while Larry is trying to find photos, if he has them, to the, I guess it would be to the northeast on one side of the property is the, there it is the Harbor View Clubhouse for residents in that area. On the other side is a single family residential structure. And this property, as shown on the prior plan that Larry screen shared, it abuts Long Island Sound in the back. So that's the dwelling that exists.
Any other questions? Brian, you can't see my face, and when I try to change it, it says that the host has stopped it. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I mean, I know I'm not that attractive, but I'm also not quite that unattractive. I think I'd be looking for a motion to approve pending approval by DPW and the WPCA. The applicant has indicated that's acceptable to them. Seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Okay, Galen has
I'll
moved
second.
and Michael seconds. Any questions or comments? All right, if not, we'll go to a vote. Again, we'll do it by raise of hands. All those in favor? Aye, and it looks like it's unanimous. Okay,
Thank you,
thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman
much.
and members of the commission for your time this evening. If I don't see you again, happy holidays to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's move on to our Attorney Suchi was incorrect. Those were not public hearings. Those were reviews and actions. Let's move on to our two public hearings. The first is 2021-20 Zoning Commission Building Zone Regulation, Text Amendment and Building Zone Map Amendments to create the East Norwalk Village TOD Zone, EVTZ. I see that at the moment, there are about 46 people on the call. Let me explain in the event there's anyone here who has not participated before, how this process works. Mr. Kleppen will give a brief presentation, and I'm suggesting that it be a brief presentation because frankly, there have been over 20 meetings on this subject already, including 3 well-attended public sessions, 2 public presentations of the plan, and 4 separate public hearings on the plan. So Mr. Kleppen will give the presentation. The commissioners have the opportunity throughout the presentation to ask any questions they may have. When the presentation is complete, we will open it up to the public. And at that time, we will, Brian Baker will explain exactly how that's done and how to ask to speak. From the comments I've already read, and there have been quite a few letters, we'd ask, we understand that whether you favor this project or whether you're opposed to it, many of the letters in favor and in opposition are basically raising the same issues. I don't want to keep anyone from speaking, but I would like to suggest that our hearing the full details of the same concerns or the same support over and over again is not necessarily helpful to our deliberations. If you wish to speak, we typically do not limit the amount of time you spend speaking, but you only have one opportunity to speak, and we ask that everything you need to say is said in that one opportunity, because we won't call on you a second time. If your comments are basically that you support what other people have said, please go right ahead and tell us that, if possible, without going into the detail all over again. We ask that you simply take notice of the fact that we're all volunteers here, and we ask that you not abuse us. Keep your comments civil, please. Otherwise, we will have to cut you off. I will note that in the many meetings we've had with this group, that this people have always behaved quite well, and I don't expect that to be a problem, but typically I mention it when we have a public hearing. Once everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity, Mr. Kleppen will have an opportunity to respond to issues that have been raised. We will then close the hearing, go on to our second public hearing, and it's only after we've completed that second public hearing that we will consider taking action on the two matters before us. And with that, I'll call on Mr. Kleppen.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before you close out the hearing later on, and I can do this later, is just need to read the referral comments that were sent out back into the record.
All right, well, Galen, do you have those available to you? All right, then,
I'm not sure if she does. I have hard copies here that I can read if that's
okay,
easy.
that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully this. Okay, is that all in full screen mode now, I'm assuming?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I do have about 20 or so slides, and now they are a lot of repeats from what you have seen previously, but thought it was just a good idea just to kind of recap things, and probably there are a few people that haven't attended one of the meetings before, so just give a broader overview and context of what's being discussed tonight. So just to back up a little bit, in 2017, the city applied for and received a grant from the state of Connecticut to do a TOD study at around the East Norwalk station. What you see there it is basically the yellow line is a kind of half-mile radius around the train station. That's what the state considers the TOD boundary. The total area within that circle is just under about 500 acres.
Steve, I'm sorry. Can you just explain what TOD is?
Oh, certainly. So that's an acronym for Transit-Oriented Development, which is basically a planning concept where you really want to build your, target growth around mass transit facilities, and this one being the East Norwalk train station. So as part of that submittal, we did get letters of support for the grant application from the East Norwalk Business Association, East Norwalk Neighborhood Association, and the 3rd Taxing District. Last item to point out on the map, the upper part here is kind of the dividing line between 995 and the areas to the south. We felt it was important to focus our efforts from 95 southward and not look at the areas north of 95. I won't go through this. The chairman kind of outlined a lot of the meetings that have occurred. In addition to the ones he mentioned, we did make presentations to ENNA, ENBA, Harbor Management, Bike Walk, the Planning Commission, this commission, as well as the Planning Committee of Common Council. So the recommendation as it relates to what we're talking about tonight is the creation of a new zone, a village district, which basically runs from 95 down towards the cemetery located around Cemetery Street. That's indicated with this yellow outline here with the orange dash through there. That's the proposed village district. And basically what a village district is, if you're not aware, is it's a way for a community to have greater control over the design and the aesthetics of a site. And so this what's being contemplated tonight is not only a zone change, but also a separate design manual, which basically indicates how we want the buildings to look, how we want the sites to develop, gets into the material, sidewalks, landscaping, all sorts of things. And I have a few slides to give examples of a little later on. There are some other things that the plan recommended. I'm not going to go into all these in detail. There were some suggested changes to the I-1 zone, which runs along the railroad tracks east to west through the study area. But the city is kind of close to wrapping up a secondary study of the industrial zones that has further recommendations. So we kind of put those recommendations to the side pending the outcome of that study. What is relevant to tonight, there were several parcels that were recommended to get rezoned from business to C residential. As part of that determination of how we do this, the consultant team and city staff did what's called fit studies. So we looked at the sites, looked at what they could do now, and then tried to put the new zoning in place to see what's realistic and how that could actually play out on ground conditions. So everybody's probably familiar with this site. It's kind of a complicated little intersection of Winfield Street, Rogers Square, and Gregory Boulevard. This is just an aerial image of kind of how it looks today. And the consultant applied the new proposed zoning regulations, which could allow an additional story of height as well as some additional density. And how would that fit onto the site? And they ran a couple of different scenarios, with some of the concepts being that the parking has to be placed to the rear, and there are amenities included that are for the benefit of the general public that would improve and enhance the walkability and then just kind of general feel of the site. So this is kind of a potential look at how that could play out. You'll see, here's the aerial picture of the site, but here's a potential 3.5-story building with some outdoor seating, and there's a much wider sidewalk of places for people to congregate. There's activity and street life, which is very much missing in the East Avenue corridor. And then there's another building that was built on the north, but the parking that's associated with this is at the rear of the building. And that's kind of one of the, significant planning concepts that gets talked about all over the place now. It's just nobody wants to see the parking unless it's absolutely necessary to locate it elsewhere. So as we started rethinking the zoning and really just doing the final codifying of the plan, we did our own fit test in-house to try to test some scenarios to see if it would actually work. And the general conclusion that staff came up with is that it's going to work much better when you get sites that are half an acre or larger. So if you think about East Norwalk and East Avenue in particular, a lot of the sites have, they're smaller, they're narrower. So the plan does contemplate that there will be consolidation of some of these lots in order to make, just a better development site. Again, here's the, kind of the key recommendation with some takeaways for you to consider. The total area is just under 500 acres within that yellow circle. Within that, there is the new zone is only 35 acres. So we really touched a very small percent of the overall study area. And we've actually proposed to downzone 13 acres of that. So it's only about a 5% increase, if you think about it, in the total proposed area recommended for change. Some takeaways for the zone in kind of the summary nutshell of the proposed changes. The zoning area you're looking at in this image on the right, if my mouse will cooperate through this area, right now that's all zoned neighborhood business. So we're proposing to create this new zone, the EPTZ, which would be a village district. And what it could allow, doesn't allow as of right, but it could allow one additional story of height, which is very modest, an additional 10 feet of height. That's been a kind of a bone of contention from the beginning, but a lot of houses are built to almost that same height and that same volume. Think about, and they complained and there was talk about, well, this is going to lead to a canyon effect. Well, this is not Merwin Street where you have 6-story buildings on a very narrow street. You have a 4-lane corridor with at least 7-foot wide sidewalks on each side. So you won't get that canyon effect with a 3.5-story building. It also does allow additional density, but that comes with a cost to the applicant, and that cost is an amenity schedule that they have to adhere to if they want to realize that additional development. There is also a requirement that the ground floor space for a good percentage of this has to have some active use, and there are regulations that require that. They can put more than what's required, but we require that 50% of the individual site have that, especially on the street corners. Here's a more updated map of the proposed rezoning. And I think maybe it's a little clearer than the other map. So these kind of silver gray parcels with the black outline are the new zone. Here's the train station, which kind of is 2 platforms. And just for everybody's edification, when the walk bridge work begins, there'll be an expanded platform through this area. There's going to be new train platform access as part of that are going to get built into a couple of the new developments that are being contemplated. One was part of the 230 East Avenue development. These parcels in blue with the black outline are the parcels that are currently zoned neighborhood business that the plan is recommending to be rezoned to C residential, with the idea being that we want to concentrate the growth along the East Avenue corridor, which if you visualize it, and if I know you live in the area, you're very familiar with it, there are a lot of empty storefronts and a lot of underperforming sites. So we're kind of hoping to pull that commercial activity along that corridor and enhance those properties. This is just the summary table that shows the kind of the bulk and the height standards. A couple things to point out, which I've already stated. This was based off the neighborhood business zone, which allows 2.5 stories and 35 feet. That's still the base zoning for the area, but if they want to get that extra height, which is a simple 1 story and additional 10 feet, that's through the special permit process, and that does come with some stringent standards that they do have to meet. The density also follows suit with that they can exceed the existing 1 unit per 650 square feet, and then potentially double the allowed density on site. But as I mentioned, there are several amenity items that they have to meet in order to realize that additional density. To touch on the uses a little bit, we tried to expand the uses to be much more permissive than they were in terms of, there were some uses in there that seemed a little off. For example, marinas aren't an option in the zone because there's really no water access. We removed the 1 and 2 family as an allowed use because it's a TOD zone, and that's kind of contrary to the concept of TOD. We also removed off-street parking because in a TOD zone, you don't want to have a property taking up parking. You want to hide the parking, but have it be accessory to the main use. We added some uses that already currently exist there, government agencies, hoping to add artist and makerspace and other cultural amenities that are appropriate for a village center and then would work well in conjunction with upper story residential uses. As I mentioned, there is a point system that's required in order to achieve that additional development potential. The Common Council, when we ultimately amended the Plan of Conservation and Development, was very adamant that these bonus amenities be based on sustainable and green initiatives. So we've required basically about 2/3 of the points that can be requested to come from these green and sustainable categories that we've come up with. And I think that those are all, some of those are definitely beneficial for the entire community when you think about solar panels, the potential for pervious pavement, more green space, and so forth. It comes up a lot in our zoning discussions on, well, why don't you just require that to begin with? This enabling statutory language doesn't really give us the authority to necessarily require all these things within developments. Gives you a little more broad power to consider it. But the recommended strategy is really through, kind of a give and take process where we will allow you some additional development, which in our opinion is very modest development with 1 additional story in exchange for you giving back to the city these other items. So some of the items we're talking about, these are just some pictures of some things, and there were comments made about some of the point system elements. Well, so like some of these powered seating items, they're only 1 point into the larger point system. So you're not getting this big bonus from putting all these powered seats in, you only get 1 point. So solar would give you a higher point system based on the amount of solar you put in. And some of these features similar to the geothermal or the pervious pavement or rain gardens, you get more points for the larger volume of area you include as part of that point system. I mentioned earlier the design guidelines.
Steve, I'm sorry. With regard to the solar panels, I'd like you to also point out that where that power needs to be used. I'm not sure you don't follow me. I believe we required that it must go to tenant use and not to owner use.
That was, and I'll double check once I only have a few more slides, and I'll double check afterwards if that's okay. That was one thing we were talking about when we looked at, we had a couple of different options we were considering when it came to like the geothermal and the solar was, and then this was some points that Brian had brought up was, well, as the solar technology improves, you may need less area to get the same result
Mhm.
from the solar. So we were toying with the idea of the percent of building being powered by solar. But doing some research and talking with some other folks in this area, the tricky part is when you have these multi-tenanted buildings is the landlord may only be responsible for powering the common space or the site, whereas the individual tenant may be responsible for the electrical use within their space. So we kind of backed away from that model, or from the model of the percent of the building. So we went with the area required. And if we, over time that we need to adjust that, we can take another look at it, but we felt that was the best approach to proceed with at this juncture.
Okay, thank you.
So I mentioned the design manual. So it does talk about a lot of things. And one of those is kind of the look and feel of the area. What we heard during the discussion was that, East Norwalk, and this is mirrored a lot if you think about Cove Avenue. It's got this maritime feel, and they kind of identify that with with the area. So what we did was research on other communities that have that kind of maritime feel, and tried to pick up the architectural vernacular from some of those areas in terms of and not all of these are, some of these are 2.5-story buildings, some of these are 3.5-story buildings, but we looked at all over the Northeast of styles and things that we felt would be appropriate and what the community would like to see going forward. It touched on, as you can see here, some of the different examples, some of them a little more modern, some of them a little more, different depending on the area we're looking at. It gets down to the level of the type of streetscape. It looks at signage, awnings, how the buildings present, how the doors interact with the public right of way. We looked at sidewalk material, landscaping, where landscaping should be located, the types of plants to consider. We really want to try to target native plants that have resilience to coastal climates, and then also, provide shading whenever possible. We also got down to the fine detail of bike racks, the type of garbage enclosures we'd like to see, bench materials, crosswalks. And I think that kind of gets into that pretty clear. As I mentioned, there's a separate document with that. And I think one nice thing about having that as a separate document is if that design manual needed to get tweaked later on, it would be a little less onerous than amending the entire zoning regulations. In July of 2020, we kind of started the formal process of going out and referring the items. Earlier the year, as I mentioned, September of 2020, the Common Council formally amended the Plan of Conservation and Development to include the East Norwalk TOD plan as part of that, which was subsequently adopted by the Planning Commission. And the plan was officially adopted. I think I have one of my dates wrong there. Plan was officially adopted in October of 2020. So the last steps, which leads us to where we are tonight. After the plan was adopted, which was something we told the Planning Commission and the Common Council we would do, we had our zoning consultant, TPUDC, take a second look at the plan and the zoning, and we took those comments and incorporated those into the plan. But basically, there's been no significant change to the really significant items, which I consider the bulk and height requirements, since January of 2020, which is almost a year ago. So the idea that we're rushing this at all, I think, is a gross overstatement. We've been talking about this for over 2 years now. I think there's been a significant input into the process, and I think we've done a good job of coming up with a proposal which is modest in the area. So the last steps, and then I'll stop talking, is we took the comments from the September 2021 joint hearing with the commission and the public, incorporated those final changes in there. We made our formal referrals to WestCog, Connecticut Deep, Harbor Management, and the Planning Commission, and got positive comments back from all those agencies. And the last step is hopeful adoption of the zoning code, the map change, and by way of inclusion, and I'm drawing a blank, the design manual along with that. And I think That's my last slide.
All right. Steve, do you want to read in those comments at this point?
It's up to you if you want to jump into public comment, or I can read those in if you'd like.
I think before people have an opportunity to comment, they ought to hear all the material, and those letters are material.
Okay, I'll start with, this is from Kristen Fogelberg, who's a planner at Westcog, dated November 5th, 2021. Thank you for submitting the attached referral to Westcog. The opinion of Westcog staff is that the proposal is of local interest and with minimal intermunicipal impact. Therefore, it is not being forwarded to adjacent municipalities, and the regional staff is making no comment. This is from Connecticut Deep, Marcy Balint, who's the senior coastal planner. Dear commission members, thank you for forwarding the above referenced zone change referral to the Land Use and Water Resources Division of Connecticut Deep, which we received electronically on November 4th, 2021. Our office has reviewed the regulation change for consistency with the goals and policies of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act and find that the proposal generally consistent. These comments are made in accordance with CGS 22A 104E, which requires notification of this office at least 35 days prior to the commencement of the hearing thereon. Please contact me with any questions or any other coastal management matters you may have. This is from John Pinto from Harbor Management Commission. The commission at its monthly meeting approved a motion to include in the reference document that development of properties located within a designated coastal boundary will be subject referral by the Norwalk Harbor Management Commission for consistency with the Norwalk Harbor Management Plan and other CAM requirements, which include the state coastal management policies. And the last is from the Planning Commission to the Norwalk Zoning Commission. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want me to read the entire referral in because that has the references to the POCD, but I'm happy to if you want to.
I think I would prefer that.
Okay. Whereas the city prepared a TOD plan for East Norwalk, the East Norwalk Neighborhood TOD plan, whereas the plan contains several appendices, including draft zoning regulations, a draft zoning map change, as well as draft design guidelines. Whereas the 2019 citywide plan was amended 10/6/20 to incorporate the plan, including the draft zoning regulations, changes to the zoning map, and the draft design guidelines. Whereas the commission began the process of finalizing the zoning map, zoning text changes, and the design guidelines. Whereas the commission conducted a joint hearing with the Planning Commission on the draft regulations, zoning map changes, and design guidelines on September 27th, 2021. Whereas the commission incorporated changes based on feedback from the public and the commission. Whereas the proposed amendments to the text, zoning map, and design guidelines were formally referred to Westcog, the Harbor Management Commission, Connecticut Deep, and the Planning Commission on November 5th, 2021. Whereas Westcog determined that the proposed changes were only of local interest, whereas the Planning Commission made a unanimous determination that the proposed text amendment, map amendments, and design guidelines were consistent with the citywide plan on November 10th, 2021, and whereas Connecticut Deep found that the proposed amendments are generally consistent with the goals and policies of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. Whereas the Harbor Management Commission found that development of properties located within a designated coastal boundary will be subject for referral by the Norwalk Harbor Management Commission for consistency with the Norwalk Harbor Management Plan and other CAM requirements, which include the state's coastal management policy. Where be it resolved by the Norwalk Zoning Commission that 2021-20 RM East Norwalk Village District TOD regulations, as well as accompanying zoning map changes, be approved. That the reasons for this action are to implement the citywide plan, Chapter 12, Goal 1, Roman numeral I, adopt guidelines and standards within required findings as part of the zoning ordinance to guide decision-making that will help achieve the vision and goals of the plan, direct future development to Norwalk's urban core, village districts, and corridors through redevelopment and infill, promote land use configurations that increase connectivity and walkability in the urban core, village districts, and corridors, promote walkable mixed-use developments in the established West Ave, Wall Street, Sono, Merit 7 areas, in the future East Norwalk TOD area, and the key activity centers along the Route 1 and Main Ave, Main Street commercial corridors, promote transit-oriented development, TOD, near rail stations and high-frequency bus stops, emphasizing walkability and transit-supported densities and uses, implement the goals and recommendations of the 2020 East Norwalk TOD plan, and as further amended, establish appropriate transitions from higher density and higher impact land uses to lower density and lower impact land uses, and Chapter 12, Goal 1, AI, strengthen existing village district design guidelines, clearly identify the unique elements of design features of each village district that establish the context for renovations and unique construction, revise zoning to include basic urban design standards to ensure distinct walkable villages such as minimum sidewalk widths of 6 feet, 8 to 10 feet are preferred in commercial areas, maximum front setback between 0 and 5 feet or match existing buildings, main entry oriented to the to the street and sidewalk, ground floor standards for commercial space, minimum facade transparency, awning, signage, facade zone, minimum interior ceiling lighting, provisions of convenient bicycle parking, vehicular parking located to the rear of buildings where possible with clear path to front door, vehicular parking maximums and or the ability to request a waiver of some or all required parking on small lots. Chapter 12, Goal 2A, double Roman numeral, study the potential for additional village districts or neighborhood centers with local commercial activity. Further study and public engagement is needed to determine whether existing neighborhood commercial areas possess defining characteristics to be designated as village districts in the zoning map. Potential locations include implement the East Norwalk TOD Village District recommendations, including the zoning regulations and design standards as proposed within the East Norwalk Village TOD plan as further amended by the Zoning Commission. Standard for sidewalks, street trees, pedestrians, lighting, bicycle racks, seating, signage, and public art. I promise I'm just about done. Physical improvements will enhance the visual appeal and functional safety of these places. Investments in the public realm should be coordinated with private projects when possible to maximize impact. And then it references the future land use map within the POCD, which calls out the East Norwalk TOD plan.
Thank you for that.
Sorry about that.
All right. With that, Brian, can you explain to those who wish to speak how they can make that happen?
Sure. So if you're interested in speaking in regards to this application, what you can do is use the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialed in on a phone, you could hit *9. And also, if you'd like to show up on camera, you can let me know when I bring you over to speak so that I can make that happen. So with that, let me start bringing some people over. All right. Give me 1 second, Adam. I know you wanted to share your screen.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Adam Blank. I am an attorney for Oldwell St. John's Lodge number 6. If I can share my screen. All right, I think that's come up. So that's and Oldwell, so St. John's Lodge is, I think you may know it as just simply the Masonic Lodge, or where the Masons are, which I've on this aerial is on Gregory Boulevard, sort of, and their property is actually a fairly large piece of property here. And I'm not speaking in favor or in opposition to the plan that's proposed tonight. More to sort of let you know that there's an application coming for this property, and that it doesn't, and that we will be asking for a map change that ties in a little bit. So I just want to make you aware of it, so that when you're, I guess, the combined P and Z, that we don't get called out on any sort of surprise that this wasn't raised when you were considering the East Norwalk Village TOD zone map change. I've been working with the Masons since, I think, last February or so, and we've been in consultation with your staff. The Masons are active here in East Norwalk. They have every intention of remaining in East Norwalk. However, they have a large piece of property, and their membership is not anticipated to balloon where they would ever need to use the entirety of the property that there's on, and they could use the additional revenue. So what we've looked at is trying to come up with a way for them to stay here in East Norwalk and preserve the bulk of their lot, but to slice off or subdivide a portion of it. And what we've come up with doing is, this is where their existing building is, which would remain, and 2 lots would be subdivided out here along Gregory. So going back here, one of them is sort of this right here in front of where you see that pool, and the other one is just a little bit east. So there would be 2 lots would come off that would be on Gregory. Those would not go back to Oldwell Court. They would just be up on Gregory. The issue, and the reason why I'm raising it with you, the subdivision part is no problem. The issue is that these 2, what would be subdivided lots, are currently in the A residence zone, and they would need to be rezoned C residence, which would allow for a 1 or 2 family structure on each lot. Nothing more dense than that. Going back to your proposed map, you will see you've got your new proposed East Norwalk Village TOD zone all the way in here, and that this colored is the C zone, those sort of white spots. And then A is right here where we are. So we would be looking for just this little chunk here to be C. I mean, if you made it East Norwalk Village, we would certainly be fine with that, although that allows for more development rights than what we're asking for as the C zone. And so, we have been working on it for nearly a year now. There were some hiccups along the way, which slowed us down. We thought we would be in before you got to this zone change, which is why we didn't raise it with you in earlier discussions. But I just want you to be aware that we will be filing in the very near future, and don't want you to hold it against us that that you're making these potential changes now or in the very near future, and we'll be asking you to make some additional changes within the next couple of months. And that's really all that I wanted to bring up tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to make him an attendee again and it kept jumping around. All right, next I'll bring over Mr. Flaherty.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Brian, if you could give me video, and I would also like the opportunity to share my screen.
Sure, give me 1 second, Craig.
And then the last request is that my client there I am. My last request is that my client, Flavia Kalari, who I believe is an attendee, be brought over as a panelist as well during my comments.
Okay.
With that, I'll start, assuming she comes over in a second. There, I see her now. My name is Craig Flaherty. I'm a principal and senior engineer with Redness and Mead, a land use consulting company with offices in Stamford and Wilton. I've been hired by Kalari and Casal LLC, the owners of 7, 9, and 10 Van Zandt Street, 10 Van Zandt Street being the operative property that we will speak about tonight. It is one of the properties proposed to be downzoned from neighborhood business to C residence. We have no argument with your proposed text amendment or the creation of the East Norwalk Village TOD zone. No argument with the application of the TOD zone where indicated on your proposed map. But our hope is that when we take the planning discussion from kind of the 10,000 foot level and the neighborhood level down to the street level and the individual property owner impacts, that we have some compelling arguments to ask you to leave this property and the ones adjacent to it in the C residence zone and therefore object to the rezoning of their properties. And so I'll go through those arguments now. And again, our hope is that when you are deliberating and considering the application, that you could, if you were inclined to, approve as modified with modification to be leave these properties that we're concerned with, which would be 10 through 16 Van Zandt Street in the neighborhood business zone. I don't think that at all affects really your several years of planning into the East Norwalk TOD zone. I think that can these properties could be left in their existing zone without impact to that larger plan. So to share my screen and give you an orientation on the properties that we are talking about. So this is a clip of your existing zone map. And I've highlighted the 4 properties that we're focused on in this blue outline. So East Ave in this screen is way over here on the right. And we are 2.5 blocks away between Harvey and Fort Point on the south side of the street. All of these properties currently on the south side of the street in this tan color are in the neighborhood business zone. These properties on the north side of the street are currently in the neighborhood business zone. That's 36 properties or 67% of the street. On the north side of the street, you have the industrial zone. And then the remaining 3 properties on Van Zandt are in the more dense D residence zone. And so, of course, neighborhood business allows a mixture of commercial uses focused on retail and service, and also allows multifamily options. The industrial zone is one of your more intense zones in town in terms of the types of uses that are allowed, up to 4 stories. And of course, in the D residence zone is a more densely developed version of a residential zone. So I can show you what that means on this aerial clip. And I should say that both of these exhibits that I'm showing to you were appended to my December 13th, 2021 correspondence submitted yesterday and acknowledged as a part of the record by the director after receipt. So again, orientation, these are the properties that we are talking about. So here on the north side of the street is 7 and 9 Van Zandt, where Casal Auto Body has been operating for 30 years. And here with the white roof on the south side of south side of Van Zandt Street is 10 Van Zandt, where the auto body has been operating since 2002, and some sort of motor vehicle use has been operating since, I think, 81, 82. So there are 4 properties here, 10, 12, 14, and 16. And let me just walk you through those uses because the uses are important. Here is motor vehicle service at 10 Van Zandt. Adjacent to it, you actually recently approved an application for 5 dwelling units to be constructed. And it is that owner's intention to build those 5 dwelling units. And the structure that was there before has already been demolished. The use at 14 Van Zandt is the clockery. It is kind of retail sales and service where they restore and sell old antique clocks and grandfather clocks and so forth. And then the last use at 16 Van Zandt is the church. Make sure I get the name of the church correct, is the Community Advent Christian Church. And that, of course, is a house of worship. So the down zoning of these 4 properties in particular seems a little singled out when you look at it on this map, which is your proposed zone map. So if we zoom in here on the bottom left, these are the 4 properties that we're talking about. They seem somewhat satellite to the core of what you're proposing and also seem singled out and will remain sandwiched between more dense use. So to have all of Van Zandt Street either in your new zone, in your neighborhood business zone, in the industrial zone, or in the more densely developed D residence zone, and only these 4 properties in the C residence zone seem somewhat inconsistent in terms of what that streetscape is looking like in the future. You will see the nature of the development that exists in the D residence zone around 10 Van Zandt. And obviously this is the 4-story old industrial use and kind of rehabbed building at 25 Van Zandt. This will all be, basically a parking 0 lot line to the west of their property, parking 0 lot line to the south of their property. They will have parking effectively 0 lot line to the east of their building. It doesn't seem, at least certainly to the owners, that logical that these would be earmarked for effectively single family and 2-family homes, which is primarily what the C residence allows, along with some other institutional uses generally friendly to residential zones. And I included just some reference photos in our correspondence, again, to give you another sense of what's out there. This is 10 Van Zandt and the auto body shop that's operating there. Down here at the bottom of this page is 12 Van Zandt, which is where the 5 dwelling units are going to be, vacant now, ready for redevelopment. These are the D residence zoned properties to the west of the site. This is the operating auto body shop on the north in the industrial zone at 7 and 9 Van Zandt Street. And then this, of course, is 25 Van Zandt, which is on the north side of the road. So again, considering the streetscape that is going to remain here, we think the downzoning of these properties would seem somewhat inconsistent. And then the uses which are either approved or remaining on these lots would also be would create more incongruities because they would be rendered non-conforming. So the motor vehicle service, of course, would not conform with the C residence zone. The 5 dwelling units here would not be a density that would be allowed in the C residence zone. The retail sales and service that exists here would not be allowed in the C residence zone. And even the church, although somewhat stable and allowed in residential zones, would be moved from a principal use to a special permit use. So any modifications they make in the future now have to overcome a higher discretionary threshold for approval. We think that creates more incongruities and more difficulties moving forward versus less. And again, don't think that ultimately we think just leaving these in neighborhood business and taking no action effectively on these properties makes more sense given the context of the immediate streetscape. But now to really hone in on the impact that this has on the individual property owner, right? This is a family business. It's owned by two different families, now 5 family members into the second and third generation. They've struggled through a pandemic when car use plummeted and there was no business. And now they're dealing with all the supply chain problems that you've heard about in the news, where they have difficulty getting parts and repairing the cars that they need to repair. And at the same time, given that the cost of used cars and new cars have gone up, there's a huge demand to repair cars. So they have now an uptick of demand. They need to hire. They need to find a place to store cars because they're on a lot longer as they're waiting for the parts, and they're doing more repair to each individual car on average, and they're doing more business. And they were ready to make an investment into their small business and expand it by purchasing the property next door at 12 Van Zandt. But ultimately that fell through because of the zoning action being considered tonight. There was no guarantee that they were going to be able to expand their use onto 12 Van Zandt. So it literally is already having a negative impact on their business. Should the property be rezoned to C residence, yes, this would be legally non-conforming. They could maintain the current use, but they could not expand that use. And they could not consider other flexible uses of the property that are currently allowed in the neighborhood business zone. So this is difficult for a small business when you're trying to plan for significant financial outlays to A, protect your business, and B, serve your customers. It's worth pointing out that currently 14 of 15 of their employees are Norwalk residents. And I also point out that one of the goals that the director mentioned in the presentation was the idea that the reason you're down zoning some of these C residence properties is that you want to better concentrate the commercial uses up and down East Avenue and within this new zone where you're going to have more aesthetic control. But I'll point out that right now, the use of motor vehicle service has been canceled from the new zone, the East Avenue zone, the East Norwalk Village TOD zone doesn't even allow it. So you're not inviting this property to go to the commercial zone on East Avenue. You're not even giving it a place to go. So we think it comes down to a pretty simple thing. We think singling out these 4 properties actually creates an inconsistent streetscape on Van Zandt. We think that you're going to end up with more incongruities given the existing non-conforming, might become non-conforming uses that are left here. And you're having a negative impact on a small business in a tough time to be a small business owner. And hopefully you agree, as I do, that this is not a core to your decision. This is not a core to advance your planning goals for East Norwalk, and that your vision of the East Norwalk Village TOD zone can move on fully and completely without the inclusion of, let me just show you one more time, without the inclusion of these 4 properties in the lower left corner of the map. With that, those are the remarks that I wanted to make. Flavia Kalari is on the call, and she did want to address the board as well.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I'll be brief. Craig did a great job representing us. As he said, I am a co-owner of the 3 properties, 7, 9, and 10 with the Casales. My family has been in business with them, partnership for 30 years. We've been on this property servicing the lower Fairfield County area. And we not only have 15 employees, but we're supporting 15 families that actually live in Norwalk. So it was very concerning to us that here we were trying to expand and put a more off-street parking to relieve some of our property parking over on 7 and 9 by purchasing 12. But with all this new planning, we had to pull out of the deal, and which was unfair to expanding and continuing our business. But also Mr. Frank, who was trying to make the deal with us, and now is going to continue with the 5 units. But I hope that you will consider us being a small business, and will help us still exist to go into the next generation, and support these families that we employ. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, 1 second to bump Craig back down. And Flavia. Okay, next we have Roberta and Charles Dispegli. You should be able to unmute yourselves. If should be at the bottom of your screen, bottom left-hand corner. All right, if not, we could come back to you. Oh, there you go. All right, we'll come back to them. Next is Lou.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to get on the screen also, please. Is that possible?
Sure, give me 1 second.
There I am.
Okay, can we please have your name and address?
Sure. My name is Luis Garcia, and I'm located at 15 Bond Street, East Norwalk.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad I'm able to see everyone and everyone can see me, because I think it's so important to make sure that we all understand what's going on here. And I think that although the Zoom meetings are going to be the thing of the future, and I guess we're going to have to live with them, I still think I believe that the days when we all sat around in a big conference room and saw everybody that couldn't be on Zoom, like a lot of older people in our neighborhood and a lot of people that don't have the technology, were able to oppose this project. Because I think most of it, not everybody that I've spoken to around my neighborhood, is completely against this project. Not just one person, not just two, everyone. I go to St. Thomas Church, I talk to people there. There's not one person that I know that is in favor of this entire project in East Norwalk. And I think that the reason for zoning and the reason for being having a committee like we have is to listen to the public. I mean, what is the sense of a committee that doesn't listen to the public? I think we still live in a democratic country where not just a few people are going to be making decisions and we all suffer. I think we need to hear everybody that is completely against this project be heard. And I think the way that we do it and with the Zoom is it doesn't make it for a fair democratic way. And I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about that tonight, but I think that the other reason I want to talk, I'm going to get into the project itself. And I know I've been lengthy before, and I've been in front of this committee many times. I think it's the third time in front of you, in front of the same people I'm looking at right now. And it doesn't seem like anyone's listening, because I'm an architect. I'm not just a neighborhood person just walking down the street that's against this thing and raise your hand and say, oh, I'm against this thing. No, I'm an architect. I have 35 years of training. I have designed all kinds of different buildings. I went to college to study architecture and design. I think I'm well qualified to tell this committee that the reasons why this thing doesn't work. I don't see any other architects making any other comments. If there are any out there, I would appreciate it if they can come in after I finish here and either tell me that I'm completely insane or tell me that this project doesn't work, because I don't think it works. And the reasons being, and I've said this many times before, is that the density. I want to go back for a minute for my credentials, because I have done this. I'm not sitting here talking about something that is, in the foreseeable future, or it's going to happen when developers come in. I've been in the trenches doing this work. I'm on the opposite side. I'm with the developers. I'm with the people who have the money. And I'm telling you that this thing is really not the right place for it. And the reasons for it, I'm going to get to in a minute, but I have done schools. I have done Antonassi Associates. I've done schools for Antonassi Associates. And you guys, everyone can look this up. I've done condominiums, which is kind of what we're going to be doing here with Vallis and Carpenter back in the early 80s. We're doing tons of condominiums. I have a vast history, a pretty good knowledge of what needs to be done in this area, because I've been there. And the problem that we have here is that these lots are not very deep. You can talk, the presentation has been a wonderful presentation, and everybody has been listening to all the pros that this thing has to offer. I'm going to tell you what the problems are. The problems are is that it doesn't work in East Avenue because, first of all, we don't have any parking in front of the street like many of the other areas that Steve was showing us. They're waiting. You have parking in front of the places. In a lot of different places, if you can park in front of the store and just walk into the store, it works. But not here. We have East Avenue. It's going to be traffic nightmare, and there's no way to make parking in front of the stores. So what do you have to do? You have to put these parking spaces, hopefully behind the stores. Hopefully behind the stores. I'm getting a little excited here. Hopefully behind the stores, because otherwise you're going to have this parking and all of so the other item besides the density, and the density, when it goes to density, means that 3.5 stories. That means you're going to be able to get more units. I'm going to repeat it a couple of times. More units, and therefore you're going to need more car spaces. Because if we're all going to play by the same rules, that you need 1.3 cars per unit, you're going to need to have a whole lot of car spaces to be able to accommodate 2.5 stories of apartments and units, okay? So you got to plan on that. The problem, like I keep saying before here, is that these lots are not very deep. They're maybe 70 feet deep, maybe a little more. I'm not 100% sure. Somebody can correct me on this. So let's say, for instance, you put the parking in the back of the lot, all the way against the neighbors. By the way, neighbors who lives in back of this thing, you're going to be seeing a parking lot all the time, because that's the only place you're going to put these parking spaces. All right. So let's say you put the parking underneath there on the far end of the neighbors, and you got 18 feet. That's how big the regulation is. Sometimes you can go to 20, depending on how the backup is. So then you go back and you have to back up 24 feet to be able to get a car out, in and out. So if you do the math real quickly, and I think I did around here. Hold on for a minute. I have it right here. Where you go? Yeah, here it is. So if you take 70 feet and you subtract what I just talked about, you're left with 33 feet of space in front of this lot. Okay, 33 feet is pretty good. You can probably get a store in 33 feet. I know 33 feet is pretty good size for a depth of a store. Now, keep in mind, you want to keep the stores along East Avenue so it looks nice. So it looks like, your development like we're trying to do here. So everybody's going to have the nice mom and pop stores. You're going to have your small bakeries and so forth. So you got 33 feet to work with. However, you only have one row of cars going along the back of these units. Only one row of cars. And you're not going to be able to get enough cars to make up for all those apartments you're going to have upstairs. Plus the people that are going to come to the stores, they got to park somewhere. How can you can't go to a store and park in the middle of East Avenue and get out of your car? You can't do that. You got to go and park behind the cars. behind the units, okay? So so the whole idea here is to hopefully have stores in front, so it looks attractive along in the facade of East Avenue. And I agree with Steve, the proportions might work as far as the 3 stories because it's wide enough. He has a point. But I'm still thinking that density is the problem. You're still going to have more cars, more parking requirements, more stuff. So I'm getting back to what I was saying, and you have 33 feet, that's how you call it, but you only have 1 layer of cars along the people's, all the residents, by the way, you're going to be looking at parking spaces, and then you're going to have 30, but you can't make that work. So you say, okay, let's put the cars on the opposite side. Let's take away some space. So if you take another 18 feet from the 33, you end up with a store that's going to be 15 feet deep. 15 feet deep? Who's going to buy that? You know, so I even, it just doesn't work. And what I'm saying is that everybody's done all these beautiful studies about coastal management and this and the other. Well, let's talk reality. Let's talk to a couple of other architects. I don't have to be the only one making an opinion here. I like to hear some other opinions from other architects and see what they think. I think it's only fair. It's only fair that somebody else who knows about architecture, and I don't mean to take it away from the board. You guys are doing a great job, and I should probably be volunteering to this thing because I know what I'm talking about. But unfortunately, I don't have the time, and I think you guys are doing a great job doing your volunteer. I volunteer. I was on the parking authority. You can check that too. I was in the parking authority for a long time until I got tired of that scenario. Anyways, I'm going to end up here because it's an infinity amount of, a whole lot of people behind me that are going to talk about this. I want to make sure everybody hears what all the neighbor have to say about this. And there's a lot of other reasons why this thing doesn't work. The amenities, again, the amenities are, that's a joke. Nowadays, most of the amenities that everybody is proposing to do so they can get these 3.5 stories, because that's the whole thing. If you make these 20 points work, bingo, you get it automatically no matter what. What? Wait a minute. Those 20 points are almost 13 of them. And Diane Sissy has a whole chart to show you people of what this 13 are out of the 20. Most of them are for the developers benefit, not for the public, not for neighbors. I don't hear anything about saying, oh, let's put a little playground so the kids in the area can go play. Oh, by the way, talking about playgrounds, there is going to be no green space. Forget about this green garden. We hardly have enough space for parking, people. There is going to be no green space anywhere. Let's get real. There's hardly space for parking. Now, the other way that this might work is if you have underground parking. I've done those too, and it's being done in Darien. Somebody can go down there in Darien. My brother's working down there, and you can see that there's a whole complex going up, and there's a whole entire underground parking space going under. Now, are we going to be going that way? Maybe that's what developers are looking for, but that's the only way that this thing might be resolved. I'm done. I'm sorry for being so long. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Diane.
Diane, is that Diane Cece for ENNA? Brian, did you have Dee Bisegli still in the queue that had the audio issue?
Yep, they still have their hands up.
Okay. They want to go first. They were speaking and said no one could hear them.
All right.
Want to try again? Thank you.
Still can't hear you. You might have to check your audio settings. It'd be at the bottom. You just check on your microphone and just fix the setting. And we'll come back to you. Are you back on, Diane?
Oops. Did you just hear me, Brian, on that or no?
We brought them over. I think they're solving audio issues.
Okay, yep.
so
And
if
then
you-
what I said was, I think we may have mixed ourselves up here with some residents on the order. So I'm not sure if Sarah has her hand raised. But I know that she has a work commitment and she wanted to make a comment. So if you see Sarah Hunter there, I will wait on that too. I want to be respectful of people that may not have as much time as I do.
What meeting is this?
Hey, thanks very much. It's Sarah. Thanks, Diane. I appreciate that. I would like to go on camera if possible, but I don't want to take up more time if that's hard to do.
Sarah, can we have your full name and address, please?
Sure. Can you hear me okay? I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
No, we can hear you fine.
Great. Okay. So full name, Sarah Hunter, live in East Norwalk for the last 26 years on Schofield Place. I'll skip the camera. So moving on, and I will try to keep it short. I'm going to focus entirely on the special permit point system, the amenity system, because that's really, in my mind, the heart of the problems. And I also just want to start by saying I'm not representing for ENNA, even though I have been on the board. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. And I want to be clear that I have heard, when I say I hear things from the residents, I'm not speaking as ENNA, I'm talking about conversations I have with my neighbors. And I'll tell you that this gets framed out accidentally sometimes by people saying, well, the people who live there don't want anything. That's not true. We just want reasonable development. We want things that are in scale and reasonable, which is why I'm so focused on the special permit problem. And that amenities point system process and the problems with that. So let's just call it what it really is. It's a way for developers to fast track special permit approvals. There's a menu of items that are absolutely meaningless. And I call them meaningless not to be cruel, but because they do nothing to mitigate the impacts of additional density. There are things like water fountains and solar panels. And at the beginning, Steve Kleppen was talking about sustainable amenities and all of that, but that's not doing anything to mitigate the impact of additional density on the residents. They're apples and oranges. One has nothing to do with the other. In fact, the things that are put on that schedule of amenity items are generally selling features for the developer, things that would allow them to just jam even more people into that area. So there's a real problem with the whole system because it's just a point system designed to help the developer. You have heard many times people say that for 2 years now, nobody's listening to the residents as we raise our concerns, and we don't want too much. We don't want special permits to be too easy. We don't want too much density. That's where all of this comes in again. This special permit process should be something that protects us, the residents. It should be something that says, hold on, there's a moment to take a pause, have a public hearing, and really talk about something. Instead, what this special permit process would ultimately do is accomplish 3 things. One, that the public hearings will go really fast and just end up wrapping up with developer met the requirement for the amenities, check, that part's done, which then puts a really tougher burden on the public to try to refute or reject any proposed development. The public ends up with an uphill battle, an unfair battle against the special permit request. The developers also get a nearly reassured 3.5 stories every time because they've accomplished this menu of amenities. And you could say, I think Steve Kleppen actually said it could potentially double the density compared to 2.5 stories. That's quite a statement. Now, residents in this area, again, I just want to say it's not that we don't want, or I hear people say, or I don't want no development. It's that we want it to be reasonable. And what I think is hard for people to understand, I would say zoning to understand, is that we live in a lot of denser neighborhoods already. I live on 1/10 of an acre. A lot of my neighbors, same kind of thing. Small house, 1/10 of an acre. I love my neighbors, but we're all on little tiny lots. When you add a lot of density to an area with small lots, it has a heavy impact. That's what's not coming across. If you lived on 5 acres, a farm perhaps, somewhere really pretty, a Christmas tree farm perhaps, and you added 100 residents to that lot, it's still going to be quiet. It's still going to be nice. You have to try to picture this in your head. But if you add 100 people to a small parcel because you gave them 3.5 stories instead of 2.5 stories, that has a very big incremental impact on the people who already live here. It's noise, it's traffic, it's the density of people around you. It's a big deal. And it's everything from light pollution to air pollution from cars on. So making that special permit process essentially a fast track, a qualifier for developers, something that reduces the hurdles that could be brought up by residents who have an objection, something that allows them to pick a shopping list of water fountains, solar panels, and I don't know, bird feeders, decorative things, things that help them get more people into their development, is completely unfair to the residents. So when you say the cost of amenities, the stringent requirements and all of this, it's all nonsense with this amenities point list. I say you go back to the drawing board, you come up with something that has to do with actually providing the residents a much heftier benefit for any additional special permit density, because it's all too much already, but then it's really just taking it over the top with this fast track special permit process that benefits only the developer. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next. All right, Diane, for real.
Okay, hi. Brian, I would like to go on camera and
Okay.
also have the ability to raise my, share my screen.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, you should be able to do both.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
And let me just see that I can share. And good evening, everyone. And I hope you'll bear with me from a technology point of view. I'm a little bit slow at getting these things to cooperate. Let me just share my screen and then I'll get started and introduce myself.
Oh, and I'll just jump in, Diane, if
Yep.
and anything that you share to me after the meeting so that we have it on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
There were some documents already, Brian. Oh gosh, can you still hear me?
yes,
Okay, good. And now can you see my screen with some PowerPoint?
we can see your screen. I'd ask if it's possible, if you could make it just a little bit larger so that we can read it easily.
Let's see if I can do it as a slideshow, and then I may need to pop back and forth because I do have a couple of illustrations. Okay,
No, that's much better. Thank you.
is that better? Okay. All right, and then again, bear with me because I may have to reduce this just to go and find the slides that I need that are relevant to some of my points. My name is Diane Cece. I am on the ENNA board. I'm the president. I reside on Olmsted Place, and I am a, I think it's a 36-year resident of East Norwalk. Just a couple of quick things before I start the presentation that represents our board and the association. I wanted to say that I'm not sure what happened there with the Mr. and Mrs. Di Bisegli, but everything on their end indicated that their volume was fine and we should have been able to hear them. But I did receive a text and they wish to say that they agree with the comments that they know I'm about to make within this presentation. I also would ask the chair to indulge the length of this. I know that you want me to be brief, but in spite of what you may think has been 20 meetings of review on this, this is, for all intent and purposes, as we understand it, this is our last opportunity to get all of our objections and concerns and suggestions and requests on the table. We understand it from staff that the resolution they read, they intend for you to vote on that tonight. And also because I've been told by professionals in the past, not necessarily on this application, but in the past, that should there be a consideration of future legal action, we would want to be sure that we have made a presentation to the zoning commission that covers all the pertinent facts and data, and so that those things are in the record. So there will be some slides, Mr. Schulman, that seem to repeat some things that you've heard in the past. And we are addressing some things that have changed since June 18th and the September public hearing and the 11/4 and your zoning review from last month. And then I just also want to say kudos to Miss Flavio or Flario, I'm sorry, I missed the name there, and Mr. Flaherty, who made the presentation on behalf of their property on Van Zant and what the possible implications are for a rezoning there. I personally am sad and sorry that I suspect many of the 85 or so current property owners may not have had as much awareness as she did, or the ability or the time to hire someone who could represent their best interests in that. I certainly hope this commission will take that into account to understand that there's no legal requirement for your staff to send certified letters. And if I understand things correctly, those property owners were only notified, I believe it was 2.5 weeks ago, but Mr. Kleppen or Mr. Baker can clarify that for you. Okay, so I'm going to fly through some of these screens, charts. There's a lot of them. I'm not going to read everything verbatim, but I do want this to be entered into the record. I'll provide a copy to staff and make sure that that I have an opportunity to cover all the points. I do also suspect that there are residents from East Norwalk who may or may not want to make a lengthy presentation or speak tonight, but they have in the past indicated that they're in agreement with the E&A position, which the position really is represents the residents that we are engaged with. And that's how we come to formulate these position statements and presentations. Just very quickly for the record, the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association is a 20+ year organization. We represent the interests of residents in the 06855 area and indirectly those in what we call Eastern Norwalk 06851. In addition to that, we were a founding member of the citywide coalition of Norwalk Neighborhood Associations, and in the past were active participants in what was called the Mayor's Neighborhood Preservation Committee. And I ask you to note those, the particular name of that. We also act as representatives in a representative capacity on ad hoc committees and with the city. And you may find this ironic, but one of the most recent ones in the past few years is actually representing East Norwalk and the East Norwalk TOD development study, which is the start for which was the beginning of what you're all seeing tonight. We are incorporated in the state of Connecticut in a 501c3. I just do want to read our mission statement so you're aware of it. The purpose of our association is to foster and preserve the residential character, natural and historic resources, and quality of life in the East Norwalk community, and to encourage the residents of East Norwalk to actively participate in achieving that purpose. For the record, and so this is on the record for any future action The association and the residents with whom we regularly engage strongly object to the process under which this application is being considered. Despite your agreement with the state approval to hold land use and zoning change meetings and the hearings during Zoom, via Zoom during the pandemic, we've said this before and we'll have to say it again tonight, that we believe this method is inherently unfair to the public. And we've been denied the obvious benefits of being able to meet with city staff in person to air and resolve our concerns, and the benefits of being seen and heard in person and as a group during public hearings that allow us to share the emotion, conviction, and physical nuances that otherwise can't be relayed on, not being on camera or as a voice behind the screen. You may recall in many of the beginning meetings during the pandemic on Zoom, residents of the members of the public couldn't come on camera or share their screen. So it's only recently that we've been able to do that. Earlier this evening, you heard Planning and Zoning Director Steve Kleppen, and I'll alternately refer to him as either the director or staff as I go through this. You heard him tell you that there have been upwards of 20 meetings, and that he believes that this is one of the most publicly vetted plans that he's been involved in his professional career. But I do want to tell you that in the past 3 years, ENA and individual residents and other stakeholder groups have made numerous requests to ask to postpone the adoption of this part of the plan, which is actually implementing the TOD plan. There's broad rejection of this plan by the majority of East Norwalk residents who have been informed about and engaged in this process. The reason why I say that, Mr. Chairman, is because we've been attacked actually by sitting land use officials, one of which is on the Planning Commission right now and about to come on to the Combined Commission. We have been attacked as somehow portraying ourselves as representing every resident in 06855. And although by virtue of living here, you're technically a member of the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association, who we do represent are the people that are engaged and informed. And so we're not looking to say that there's, thousands of people who are going to be writing letters or signing petitions or coming here to speak tonight. But we do represent the people who are informed and engaged. And, for that, it's a large percentage of our neighborhood. In terms of documentation earlier today, in addition to all the other documents and emails that we have submitted to you via Steve Kleppen, earlier today we submitted a 223 signature petition with the signatures of people opposing the approval of the new zone as presented. We also submitted a 51 respondent survey indicating a split between either the complete rejection of the zone amendment or people who were willing to accept it as long as there were major modifications made to it. Only 2 of the respondents were in favor of the approval of the zone as you're being presented with it tonight. I want to point out when you see 51 respondents there, and you may think that that's a particularly low number relative to our little community over here. But I want to say that as of last week, that is was the same number of respondents who participated in your citywide industrial waterfront study who made comments. And so the consultant for that project told you and other city commissioners and staff that they thought that in a city this size with that type of a project, 51 comments, suggestions, and input on that project was a very good amount to have. So I would submit to you that if they think that is very good citywide on a major proposal that impacts everyone, I would certainly say you should consider the 51 people who took the time here to talk about a corridor that runs from the highway to Mill Pond. For tonight, we're going to consolidate many of the concerns and questions that we believe continue to justify our request to postpone any further review or action on this item. We believe that the public needs to be able to meet with city staff and elected and appointed officials in public and go over a complete, detailed, and specific review again of this text amendment and some of the design guidelines, so that the public can feel that they have been heard and satisfactorily addressed. When you open the petition and the survey, you are going to see comments there repeatedly where people are saying that they feel that they participated and they were not heard. As you listen and follow along with the consolidated list of what we're requesting in terms of modifications and for what we want you to consider, there's some important things that we think the commission should be aware of. And this also goes to the essence of the fairness of this hearing and a possible vote on it. The first is that there's no timing is of the essence justification with this application. Unlike applicants that come in from developers or individual property owners, this application actually comes from the city itself. So if all the possible reasons you might consider approving it, you shouldn't consider how long the process, how long ago it was started, or a desire to satisfy timelines that really now are met to meet the desired profit margins and timelines of the waiting developers. The applicant is the city. It is the P&Z director of staff on behalf of the zoning commission. He and this commission have the authority to be able to postpone any further action on this plan until it can be reviewed, and certainly can postpone any vote now or into January. Any imposed time constraint that you have on this right now, such as the meeting and the vote tonight, is arbitrary. And it's based and it's biased in favor of the known and prospective developers. There's no reason why it can't be delayed indefinitely as need be. And the sentiment that you hear from staff that you've looked at it long enough, and we actually hear from some of the commissioners saying that, it doesn't give you the authority, the authorization to be able to just approve this. Continued vetting of this means nothing if you keep ignoring the feedback that you sought. And this is what the public is telling you. When Mr. Kleppen tells you there's been 20 meetings and that he's done forums, he's done charrettes, he's done presentations to the zoning commission, he's met with the ENNA in our monthly meetings. But first of all, I want you to know a few things. The meetings that he's talking about and that Mr. Shulman is talking about that come before the zoning and planning commissions, you guys all know yourselves that very few members of the public attend those, and not a whole lot of people subsequently watch the videos. It's just the nature of those types of meetings, okay? So when you say that you've had all those meetings, it doesn't mean that the public has been engaged. In terms of the meetings where the public has been engaged, after the first public forum, which was the introduction of this with the consultant, so starting with the second public forum, and this is important, at every subsequent public forum, meeting, and hearing, the East Norwalk community spoke out in opposition for 3 years at every opportunity. I'm sorry to sound emotional now, but how could we be here now in December of 2021? And many of the points that I'm going to share with you tonight, you've heard before and are being ignored. Mr. Chairman, this is not a matter of staff and this commission addressing the requests and concerns of the neighbors and then just saying, well, we're answering you, but we're not giving you the answer that you wanted to hear. And so that's too bad. The point of the matter is that you're not hearing the community, and the concerns are not being adequately and satisfactorily addressed. And I think, but when I get through with the list tonight, I think most of, if not all of you, are going to agree with that. I also want to say that the director has publicly articulated to you and everywhere that his desire is to have this approved prior to the end of the year. The resolution that was presented to you tonight that they read is one resolution. It's a resolution to approve. There is no option for you to deny this. And part of the justification of shoving this through tonight before the end of the year was that he wanted to avoid having this go into the year 2022 when the newly formed combined P&Z commission will be seated. The concern was that, and I think I saw some of you agree with it, is that it would be too laborious and a waste of time, and it didn't make any sense to bring a whole bunch of new commissioners up to speed on this and essentially start this process all over again. But the fact of the matter is that at last night's Common Council, the mayor put forward 13 appointees to make up the new combined Planning and Zoning Commission. 10 of those appointees of his choice are currently sitting on either the Planning or Zoning Commission. Some of them are you guys. The other 3 appointees would go on to these commissions as alternates. And it's our understanding that they would be unlikely to vote on this, even if this got pushed off in February, although they could vote on it because the only legal requirement is that they read the transcripts and watch the tapes and read the minutes to get up to speed. So the argument to say that this must be done tonight based on some future commission, we disagree with, and we don't think that you should take that into account. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is run through the objections to this new zone as it's proposed and the way that it's been presented to you in its final format tonight. Some of these items I'm going to speak to in a little bit more detail as we go through. I'll try to be as quick as I can. And some of them you'll see that I need to refer back to a map or another document. And when I need to do that, I will see if I can exit out of full screen and highlight those areas to you. These are not in necessarily prioritized order. The first one is the geographic area. We have said from day one that even though the state would allow TOD to encompass a much broader area in that half-mile radius around the train station, it was the intention of the community and certainly of ENNA that it would be limited to basically the immediate area around the train station in terms of additional development that could have greater density and height. The balance of the corridor and the gateways into East Norwalk, the intention was to have beautification, to maybe have some new uses, but certainly nothing to the scale of what you're proposing for the highway all the way down to Mill Pond. Whoops. The number of impacted parcels is actually over 80 parcels. So when Mr. Kleppen highlights that map to you and he just shows you these blocks, it's not really clear about how many individual properties are being impacted. Many of those 80 parcels that are now going to be designated as EBTZ actually have a zone change from neighborhood business or another existing zone into this parcel. Once you approve this, all of those properties automatically become non-conforming in their current use. Exactly what Mr. Flaherty was talking about earlier when he highlighted Van Zandt Street. I would venture to say that many of these property owners probably have no understanding of what they're allowed or not allowed to do today and what these changes are going to mean to them 10 days after you approve them in terms of limiting their ability to use and expand their property as they see fit, or to be able to sell it to a prospective buyer under the guidelines of what they're able to do now. We object to the imposing of the minimum height. This is nothing new, Mr. Chairman. This has been since the second meeting. 2.5 stories and lot sizes of 10,000 square feet is excessive, especially because it encompasses the entire corridor. You know, we oppose a special permit height and density of 3.5 stories that allows for double the residential units. The bonus amenity point system, I'm going to bring up a chart to talk about why that doesn't benefit the community at all, and yet it becomes the primary basis for your analysis on whether to grant a special permit. The existing properties become non-conforming, and we believe that there was a failure to provide adequate notification. I've already mentioned that. And unbeknownst to a planning commissioner, when he voted to approve this and send this over to you last month or October, this zone change eliminates the possibility for any 1 or 2 story residential in the entire zone. I wonder if those property owners know that. And I'm going to talk about that when I show you the map and where this extends into those zones. We have asked for, and the commissions have asked for, and staff has failed to provide the full build out examples of what this plan would do and the corresponding impact statistics on what it would mean to city services. We weren't looking for the examples that Mr. Kleppen showed you of several fit outs of several parcels that could be redeveloped. Mr. Kleppen contends that it is highly unlikely that every parcel in the corridor will take advantage of the special permit application and seek the greatest density and height. We contend that the way this is written and that you're about to approve it is that every parcel could seek out and get approval for those heights. And so we still don't have an understanding of the total amount of apartments, the impact on schools, police, fire, public works, sewer, water, utilities, emergency services, etc. The commissioners asked, and ENNA made a request at the same time to have staff provide us with the visual examples of the recommended lot and structure sizes. You may recall this from your November meeting, that everyone was struggling to understand what a 25,000 square foot building might be, or a 10,000 square foot restaurant. And so you had asked for staff to provide iconic representatives of those structures within Norwalk so that you could make a decision based on whether that would be appropriate for East Avenue. That was not provided to you. Only a couple of examples that were raised by the commissioners and by residents, such as Rite Aid, were used as an example. And even then, the wrong dimensions were provided to you. It was only then that Mr. Kleppen's recommendation to allow up to 25,000 square feet of a building structure on a lot, it was only then that you reconsidered that. And I'm going to show you a slide where the final determination to bring it down to 10,000 square feet wasn't made based on anything that was based on properties that are in the city now. Even one of you suggested that the way you were coming to that number, it may have been Mr. Cantor, I'm not sure. One of you suggested that it would seem like you were just throwing a dart at a dartboard to come up with an arbitrary number for what the maximum size of these structures should be. In the absence of a holistic traffic and study and impact on city services, what ends up happening is that each of the sign-offs that require a traffic study and an impact study are going to be done incrementally. And so what happens is each one of these special permits comes in, each one on its own is probably going to create a conclusion from a traffic engineer of no significant impact. I mean, let's face it, we hear it on every application. No application has ever had a significant impact on traffic here if you listen to the consultant. The problem here is that by allowing this zone to have this heightened density as a whole and not stopping it on the front end like we're begging you to do, what's going to happen now is each one of these is going to be analyzed on its own merits individually and not incrementally. So at some point, there's going to be a break point, I would imagine. But here's what this means to us. And I think you'll probably agree with me. If that's really the case, then it would suggest to us that staff is probably already working. Well, we already know because Mr. Kleppen has divulged to you that there are several developers waiting in the wings for this to be approved tonight. But I think it's safe to assume that some of the applications that is going to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission first are going to be the ones that are the largest scale, because they can't risk coming in later down the road after other approvals and risk being a possible break point, if there ever is one, that says this now puts traffic and impact on city services over the top, and we can't refuse it. We object to the failure to adequately explain the inclusion of the existing parcels that are off of the main avenue corridor. Myrtle Street, Prowett, Rowan, and Van Zant, for example. When I go to the map, I'm going to show you where you're approving something where you haven't even questioned why we're moving in the whole city blocks of essentially residential properties and including them in the mix for EVTZ with 3.5 stories and double the density. When you review the bulk and height schedule that Mr. Kleppen updated, you should see that it's clear that this new district doesn't provide for the same zoning restrictions that are consistent with the other village districts. And we contend that that's not fair, both in terms of height and in terms of lot size. We object to the failure to provide analysis on which of the bonus amenity points for public infrastructure and amenities are already planned or required by the fully funded other project, which is the East Avenue widening and lowering project. At a number of the presentations that Mr. Kleppen made to you, he suggested that a lot of what will come with granting these special permits has to do with improved infrastructure, widened sidewalks, improved lighting, green space, plantings, etc. We asked for him to make a presentation to you in conjunction with Ms. Valderides from Public Works to identify to the commission which of those amenities and infrastructure improvements they must already comply with under the East Avenue widening and lowering project. And so no bonus points should be awarded for that. And it shouldn't be anything that is given consideration to a developer when the corridor already requires it. And I'll remind you that this is a funded project between the city and the state. The allowable retail and restaurant footages are the ones that are arbitrary, what I just referred to as your dartboard test the other night, and they're not well illustrated. We do see that Mr. Kleppen dropped the 25,000 square foot site plan down to 10,000 square feet, but it was arbitrary. It settled on it with one commissioner saying, well, maybe we should do 8. Brian Baker confirmed the neighborhood business currently is 8. Someone else thought maybe 12. And then Mr. Kleppen suggested he liked not nice round numbers, that's in the record, and somewhere settled on 10,000 square feet. I'll remind you that Rite Aid, the structure itself, is 10,320 square feet. And this community is not going to be agreeable to a gazillion Rite Aids up and down this corridor. As you already know, there's other land use studies that are underway that could actually have significant impact on East Norwalk, including the immediate vicinity of this corridor. We have suggested ad nauseum that the EVTZ plan be put on hold until those other studies are substantially complete, so that we don't end up with something that's in conflict of what another independent study would have recommended to the contrary. This has already come back to haunt us because the same exact thing was forced upon East Norwalk when this commission approved 230 East Avenue as a TOD zone for the Spinnaker project ahead of the TOD study. And we do not want that to happen again. And we don't think it's fair or reasonable or logical for staff to tell you that you can assume the recommendations in the plan before you tonight are going to be in harmony with those other studies. We also want to know why the 1 and 2 story buildings cannot be continued to be allowed within this zone. Even though Mr. Kleppen is convinced that there may not be canyonization of East Avenue with large buildings on both sides going up and down. The fact remains that once you take out 1 and 2 story buildings, you lose the opportunity to have diversity of use and scale and visual appeal. You also block probably some of these existing landowners from participating in being able to improve their properties and take advantage of other benefits of what's in the EVTZ proposal. Speaking of which, another consideration that we asked for that's not in there is that the existing property owners in this corridor be given the same access to federal, state, or local grants for facade improvements that you've already approved in the TOD plan for just very particular streets in this area. Mr. Kleppen defined them as de facto affordable housing. A couple of the streets were Osborne and Charles, and I think Platt in that area. But there's no reason why our current property owners shouldn't be have the opportunity to have those grants as well in terms of beautification and improvement to the facade of the corridor that's there now. The bonus points are not stringent enough to require maximum, and this goes into the bonus points now, I'm sorry, for special permits for the maximum height. Those bonus points are not stringent enough to require maximum public benefit. They simply fast track the special permit process and effectively make the entire corridor the baseline for what will then be all special permit applications for the greatest height and density. We also object, and we've done it in the past, to the fact that we believe the text is still in there that gives the P&Z Commission the authority to subjectively assess any other new amenity that is recommended or suggested by a developer, as long as you all feel that it, that it substantially complies with what the intention was. And we think that that's just too subjective, and it blocks the public from having any comment on new amenities that might get included in for the bonus points. All of the bonus points, and especially the sustainable bonus points, are too easily achieved. They need to be modified. I'll show you the chart on that. And at the very least, if you're talking about sustainability, you need to tighten up and put some teeth into the requirement to have electric car charging parking bays for the public at these properties. And even with that, it still provides little or no public benefit. In terms of the amenities themselves, there should be substantial and non-negotiable penalties to ensure that there is full and timely compliance with any of the amenities that are agreed to at the time that you approve these applications. The burden to determine the feasibility of the amenities that the developer is suggesting rests solely with the developer at the time of the application. We don't think it's fair to the public that they put in a whole bunch of amenities that you then use as a basis for approving density and height. And then right as they're about to get started, but after they've knocked down properties and left us with empty blighted holes in our community, they will come back and ask for amenities to be removed. And typically they will claim hardship, which has to do with their own finance and profit margins, which we contend is none of the purview or business of the zoning commission, or that they will suddenly decide that there are unforeseen inabilities to comply with putting those amenities in. So we ask that this commission not fall for this again, as we've seen so many times, and make sure that these developers have done their own feasibility tests and viability and financial tests to be sure that the amenities can go in there. Often, the first amenities to get pulled are the ones that would have provided the most public benefit. We asked that, we didn't see this anywhere in there. We've asked before that because this is complying with TOD, walkability, pedestrian safety, neighborhood services, that the commission should consider restricting any additional drive-through businesses in this corridor, including fast food, to mitigate further traffic congestion, which this is going to cause even with minimal construction and development, and auto emission pollution, and to fulfill the goal of the POCD to have walkability and pedestrian safety. Also, drive-throughs tend to encourage on and off highway traffic. And because of our proximity to exit 16, we don't want to encourage regional or even local traffic to get on and off the highway for the benefit of bringing a car and going through a drive-through in a corridor that's already congested and polluted. To the greatest extent possible, we want you to require the major developers to make a good faith effort on these major developments to see if they can hire and then train, if possible, local residents here for construction phases and continued operations. I believe, and staff can advise you on this, that this has been a requirement for other developments in the city. And I think the latest of which, controversial one, was the Sono collection. We also ask that you require them to the greatest extent possible to make good faith efforts to provide any of the reduced market rate commercial properties on the ground floor, that if they're using that as a means of an amenity bonus by reducing the market rate for retail, that they do make an effort in conjunction with economic development or whoever else in the city to have that space available for local startups and entrepreneurs. It would also be nice for people to be able to test out, I'm sure you've seen this in the city and elsewhere, for people to be able to test out possible retail and services businesses by taking advantage of temporary rotating pop-up retail. And there's no reason why you can't encourage the developers to offer that as well. Ground floor space must be activated and remain so to the greatest extent possible. Mr. Kleppen has already suggested to you, and the wording may already be in there, that in some cases you would allow the ground floor to be now used as residential, which only adds more residential units into an already dense corridor. So wherever possible, these developers and property managers should be working in hand, cooperating with our economic development department to be able to fill these spaces, because one of the unintended consequences of requiring ground activation could be empty storefronts. And there's enough of those around East Norwalk, around Norwalk, that we don't want to add to it. Another consideration is that developers will often specifically design the retail space to only be able to accommodate large scale national chains and franchises. And they do that because they want to entice tenants that are going to have long-term leases. It reduces their turnover and fit up requirements as well. But in many cases, it blocks smaller mom and pop, locally owned businesses from even having an opportunity to take advantage of those spaces. We would like to see small coffee shops or bakeries or services or bookshops that are not national chains that some of our own residents and entrepreneurs can take advantage of. And then finally, I think this is the last one. I'm sorry, I'm going as quickly as I can. In addition to what you've already discussed as a possible fund for developers to contribute to a fund that would go to improving existing affordable housing and to create new affordable housing, we would ask that you require any large scale developments to contribute to what we're calling a village special district fund. And that would be for beautification, future infrastructure improvements, community events, and village style seasonal decorations. And it should be in addition to what you've already put in terms of supporting affordable housing. We do ask that you maintain small scale housing and let the 1 and 2 family remain as well, so that we have in what's called infill development and middle housing like duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. Okay, so some of the additional unanswered questions and concerns that we still have outside of the actual text in there is what, and I mentioned this earlier, so we want to know what are the actual breakpoints for denial of a permit based on traffic or environmental impact or the strain on city services, schools, police, fire, etc. At some point, as you review incremental special permit applications coming in, how are you going to know what the breakpoint is? And are the residents going to know what that breakpoint is ahead of time? And if there is a breakpoint, are you going to be left as a commission with the legal problem of having approved multiple special permits and then denying one that comes in that essentially fits all the same requirements as the prior ones? So we're not asking for an answer on this necessarily tonight, but we think this alone is probably, all the things that we've said so far are a basis for you to postpone voting on this. And then based on breakpoints, can we assume that the largest applications are likely to be submitted first so that they know that they can avoid a breakpoint and get their applications approved by being able to say there's no significant impact on city services and traffic? I've already talked about the fact that we believe there was insufficient notice and time provided to the 80 impacted property owners. We think they got those letters 2.5 weeks ago. Mr. Kleppen did tell me that they did not go certified mail. And while other applicants, developers and property owners are required to send out certified notices to abutting neighbors, Mr. Kleppen told me there is no requirement on the city of Norwalk's zoning commission to do the same. And he only sent them out in the spirit of making sure they were informed. The letter that did go out didn't provide any indication on what they're allowed to do now and what the limitations are going to be imposed on them when they become non-conforming. And I think we've already answered this question, is that do they themselves or realtors have to disclose this? And the answer to that is yes. And so it may stand to diminish their ability to enhance their property and or sell it to the extent that you might think that it would actually enhance it. And then what would it take? So if all of this goes through, we'd like to know what would it take to have our P&Z departments and be required to have robust notification of pending special permit applications, so that as these come in, every effort that's reasonable should be made on behalf of by the city and by the applicant to make sure that everyone in East Norwalk is aware of a special permit application. And that would include placards, notification to ENNA, and prominent posting on the city website at the very least. In conclusion, contrary to staff guidance, the special permit process provides virtually no consideration of protection for residents' concerns. So Mr. Kleppen has told the public and you over and over and over again, don't worry about the 3.5 stories and double the density on all these parcels because they cannot be approved without coming through as a special permit, and special permits always require a public hearing. Well, we all know that public hearings don't go the way that the public would like them to. And we also know that the commission is constrained by statutory requirements that if the applicant meets the 12 core considerations of the special permit, that legally you have no grounds to deny it. We also know from other examples in this city that there's a perpetual fear of a legal action by applicants. So in the event that you were likely to deny one, that you also have to take into effect that the litigant can sue the city on the basis that they were unfairly denied their special permit when you did your analysis. And you can go back to Mr. Kleppen and get the count. We've asked for it multiple times. I don't think it's been provided, but in my 20 years of being involved with local government here, special permits are seldom denied in Norwalk. And so the public is right. And they're not fear mongering, okay? When they are concerned and express their concern that virtually every parcel can come in as a special permit and be approved. The only way to protect against special permits being approved is for everything to be managed on the front end by better zoning. And that means that you should take this time now over the next month or 2 or 3 or however long to rewrite this text amendment to make it more stringent in terms of height and density and uses so that the public doesn't have to come back and have to deal with special permits. You should eliminate the undesirable uses altogether on the front end, which you failed to do at the industrial zone where Norden is. And you should already put in restrictive excessive heights and exclude incompatible land uses. If you don't do this, which is the concern of residents now, before you approve it, you will essentially be forcing residents who have been opposing this plan consistently for 3 years to have to come out possibly often and soon for every special permit application, and in all likelihood be coming out to oppose it. And it will be one application after another. And it will all be because it was not managed on the front end to eliminate what we think is objectionable now. I want to share this comment because it's particularly concerning in this same topic of special permits should provide comfort to the community. In your last meeting, when you were talking about special permits and just possibly even increasing the height of buildings down the road by amending the special permit, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schulman, you stated at that meeting, and it's on the record and on the video, that you would be okay with that and that you thought the commissioners would be okay with that. And the reason why you thought it would be okay is verbatim, that special permits are not terribly burdensome and can be moved through approvals quickly. I can't tell you how shocked I was to hear that comment. Because we're on Zoom and I can't raise my hand in those meetings to object, I had no means of being able to tell you then that that statement alone has sold the residents of East Norwalk down the river. I'm not intending this as a personal attack on Mr. Schulman. I don't mean it that way. I'm simply stating the fact. And I'm just saying that I'm sad, I'm disappointed, I'm frustrated, I'm angry that this statement could come out after hearing residents for 2 years object to what you're now going to be putting through as special permits. On top of that, and as bad as that, is that if that's not enough, that you're already allowing for amending things to make it even easier for the developer to get even more than what's in here for them. In that same meeting, on the record, on the videotape, Mr. Kleppen stated that the plan can be further modified if the commission feels the desired results are not being achieved. No mention of how that would be modified. We're assuming it would be modified for the benefit of the developers because the achievement is based on developers developing property. And even worse, we don't know who defined the desired results. We don't really even understand that. And where are the desired results? Because we don't have the fit out and the build out and an actual vision and plan for the corridor, despite the nice little map that you've all looked at. And by modification, does that imply, and we submit that it implies, increased height, density, reduced parking, and reduced setbacks? Because, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, those are the very factors taken into account by developers when they are analyzing projects as to their profit margins. That's the criteria. I'm only putting this up here because I wanted to just actually see my scratch notes from your 11-4 meeting. These are from the transcript. The transcript and the videotape are available online, and you can read the topic about making things even easier for the developers, the debate over how big parcels can be and the structures. You can see where Mr. Kleppen has already modified the size of the sidewalk, even though city departments have told him that the goal is 10 feet. Mr. Kleppen is satisfied with 8 feet. And when he says 8 feet, understand that that's a 5-foot sidewalk with a 3-foot buffer. He also goes on to speak in that videotape about the need to be able to ensure that parcels can be assembled so that these can be larger lots, and confirmed from Ms. Wells that it would be better if they get combined. On behalf of the 06855 community and our residents, we respectfully request that you postpone any further review or vote on this application unless and until the public can meet in person at City Hall in unison with online participation, to air and discuss their many concerns, to brainstorm solutions with the city appointed and elected officials, staff, other stakeholder groups, including developers and any consultants. We ask that no vote be taken tonight or at your next meeting, that you grant the public the courtesy of acknowledging our concerns and the comments of the public who are here tonight to speak by continuing the dialogue. The most important factor that will contribute to the success of any redevelopment in Norwalk is the acceptance by and the support of the residents. And Mr. Kleppen can remind you that the state grant under which this study and plan was awarded the funding for specifically states that the plan must be accepted by the community. And clearly, we submit that this is not. This is the map of the proposed zoning. I want to point your attention to some of the things that I pointed out in my presentation. Up here, you see that there are parcels behind Rite Aid that are residential parcels. Mr. Kleppen is including those in there and gave an explanation that those are currently part of a split zone there, and he's simply combining them. This one is bizarre. I'm bringing these up too because I attended every meeting, and with the exception of Mrs. Shockley at a meeting, I don't recall any of you questioning these parcels on this map. If you look at the parcel here that I'm highlighting, if you can see my cursor, that's St. Thomas Church, and it's going into Myrtle Avenue. There's a single residential small parcel that's right behind it. Why on earth would that be included there unless there's already a plan for some sort of development? It makes no sense. Every other parcel in this corridor is not being, in this street is not being impacted. Mr. Kleppen only today gave me the explanation is because of the use and location of the parcel, but that makes no sense. We're particularly concerned with the parcel behind Penny's Diner, where you enter into Prowett. The parcel that's directly behind it, the two parcels behind it, we don't understand why they're being included unless there's a developer who's already looking at developing something that requires that footprint. Directly behind it is Dell and Penny Press, which is an office building and parking garage. And I believe the next parcel over is a small condominium unit. These, so far, what I'm giving you right now should be pulled out of this plan unless you can prove to us that there's a valid reason for them to be in there outside of a developer who is already putting together plans that require these. I'll jump ahead to one there are two of them that are over here at the Mill Pond property. Beyond the cemetery is what we call the Mill Pond property. It houses Wells Fargo Bank. Mr. Descala, who's the owner and who has written into you in support of this plan, owns this property and intends to redevelop it. And we already know that he will do that as soon as it gets approved. However, where I've highlighted in yellow here is a freestanding residential two-story house that includes a couple of businesses in there. And they are not owned by the entity, Descala's corporate entity that owns the Wells Fargo parcel. So we want to know why that's included in there. And it's also off the circular EVTZ zone. And then what you don't see here is across the street, and it's not highlighted until you zoom right, very far into it, is a house. I think it's two houses down, a standalone residential two-story single-family house across the street on East Avenue. I believe the number is 256. If you want to write that down and make note to ask staff about that. Why on earth would that be included? It is beyond Sweet Ashley's, it's beyond the apartments, and it doesn't even line up with the parcel at Mill Pond that is included in here. And finally, I want to point out two of the ones that we find most disturbing. One is Rowan Street. If we're looking at the EVTZ corridor as being primarily East Avenue, and then you come down to Rowan and you hit the what was the former East Avenue United Methodist Church there, as you start to move in on Rowan, this I believe is his own neighborhood business. And most of these parcels on this street is residential, 1 and 2 family. There's a substation for the 3rd taxing district and some a storage facility there that comes in from Van Zandt. But other than that, these are residential properties. Why are these properties being included in this plan to become non-conforming the day after this plan is published and approved? Unless there is a developer possibly aligned with the 230 East Avenue property who's looking to develop something that could be the size of a development of both these Van Zandt and Rowan Street properties. We questioned this early on in the beginning of this process, I thought these had been taken out, but clearly they're not. And so I hope this commission questions this and removes these properties from changing it over to EVTZ zone, which will make every property non-conforming, and it will allow for 3.5 stories and double the density. And I do agree with the property owners also of how bizarre this changes over here on Van Zant, considering the surrounding properties. On the bonus and amenity points, I just want to run through this very quickly so that you can see what we're talking about, that this doesn't benefit the community. After this plan went through the planning committee of the Common Council, there was a move from Councilman Tom Livingston and John Kites and others to suddenly take an approach to this zone that they thought would appease the residents by saying we need sustainable, environmentally sound development here. And that all sounds good on paper, you guys, but here's the reality. The sustainable amenities that you see down the left-hand side of the screen that went in there, these are the amenities that, in order to get the maximum height and density, a developer has to have 2/3 of his 20 points comprised of these sustainable amenities. So they have to have 13 points here. We did an analysis of each one of these amenities that fell under sustainable and said, who does this primarily or solely benefit? And you can see from the chart as you go down, most of these benefit the developer literally financially to do these. Okay, I won't read each one, you can read them on your own. Most of them benefit the developer directly by using it as a marketing and PR tool to attract tenants. Okay, all of these, both residential and commercial tenants. A couple of these could be argued that they benefit just the residential tenants in these new developments. For example, a community garden, which by the way is the least likely of any amenity to be implemented, as you know. And also sustainable building because it could impact their cost of operating in the building. And there's one that benefits commercial tenants as well, because their cost of energy to operate there may also be beneficial. Of all of these that they only need the 13 points to get, only 2 could a reasonable person conclude directly benefit the residents of East Norwalk. One would be a community garden. And again, I've already said that that's the least likely of an amenity that would be chosen and implemented by a developer due to land cost, due to parking, due to liability, due to seasonality, etc. And then the second one that someone possibly could argue would be the pollinator habitat, and only because it's cheap for them to put it in. And there's an argument that says pollinator habitat everywhere benefits residents everywhere, but it's certainly not of the benefit that would get us to be able to agree to the height and density that you would be approving. In addition to this, we believe some of these should be required now. It is the price of entry, and some of these should be required in the zone. Oh, some of them are required now. That's what I meant to say. For example, some of the things having to do with drainage, impervious pavement. There are already guidelines in the DPW stormwater runoff guidelines that would require some of this anyway. And so do not be looking to award amenity points for it. And then the other ones that we've highlighted should be required in the EVTZ zone. Mr. Kleppen says that there's no statutory authorization necessarily to do that. But there's also no statutory definition that says that we can't ask to be able to do that. And so what does all that mean? This comes out of the actual text of the zoning. If 20 points are achieved in the bonus amenity points, provided that at least 13 points are considered the sustainable amenities. That's the list that I just showed you. Then the height of the building may be increased from 2.5 to 3.5 stories, which is another 10 feet. And the residential, and 10 feet is substantial. And the residential density may be increased from 1 dwelling for every 1,600 square feet of the lot to 1 dwelling for every 825. Literally double the density of residential units if they meet 20 points with 13 sustainable. So here's how that works out in just a quick analysis that we did. They would get 6 points for using LEED building standards, which is energy efficiency, which benefits the developers and is pretty much the standard. Whether they ever apply for LEED certification doesn't matter. What matters is that it would be easy for them to build to those standards, and it also benefits them in operating their buildings and attracting tenants. They get 5 points for solar panels. Well, it's energy efficient. It also benefits the developers, and in some cases, it could actually benefit the tenants as well. I don't think that staff has adequately answered your questions about what impact that would have on the revenue to the 3rd taxing district, because we're an electrical supply district, and those funds also help to provide services to our district. And I don't think the question was ever answered as whether or not within the municipal electric TTD, if excess energy that's provided by solar can be sold back to the open grid. And those questions need to be answered. But suffice it to say, it's cheap and easy for the developers to be able to put that in. They would get 2 points, and that this may have actually just been increased since the time I did this chart. They can get 2 points for just having a pollinator habitat, which is essentially a small garden with plants that would attract bird, bees, and butterflies. Okay, that's the 13 points. And then on top of that, to get to the 20, they could get 3 points for having some shaded public seating. Well, that also benefits their commercial tenants as well, especially if there's any outdoor dining. They can get 2 points for public art. I'll just say, you know, really? And I guess people can argue the benefits of that. But because it's so subjective, I just think it's ridiculous at this point. And then just to throw in and get to the 20, they can have 1 point for having a water filler for water bottles and 1 point for free Wi-Fi, which also benefits their tenants. So as you've heard other speakers say, meeting after meeting after meeting, while the bonus amenity points may have seemed like a good idea in theory when it was first brought up and we thought it should be something that should be investigated, this, what you're seeing here, does not work. And it certainly is horrifying when you think that this is the formula that's going to result in maximum height and density, which equals maximum people and cars and strain on city services. The lot sizes and the iconic representations of the existing parcels that your commission asked for and staff did not provide. They also did not provide it to ENNA. We wanted to see actual Norwalk examples of all the differing building sizes and lot sizes that could be represented in this corridor. And so we still don't have that. But I took it upon myself to just go and look up what some of them are. The Rite Aid building, contrary to him thinking it was around 5,000 square feet, that's a 10,000 square foot building. In examples of where you are, you haven't even defined the square footage on restaurants. And so I took some of the popular national chains and just to show you how small those square footages are. So these could be popping up on every corner in this corridor. Chipotle, Cracker Barrel, Applebee's, Olive Garden, Denny's, all of them fall within what I think you settled on is 10,000 square feet of retail. And we're not quite sure what you've defined as restaurant, but we're not looking for big national chains of restaurants on East Avenue, especially begging you to consider the fact that we're right off of East at exit 16. And commuters and travelers and regional shoppers, all they have to do is Google restaurants or put it into Waze, and they're going to see that exit 16 has this available. The amenities here should be for us and not regional draws and highway traffic. Okay, I am extremely apologetic for having taken so long, but because this is potentially our last crack at this, and because Ian and A felt compelled to make sure that we got the relevant facts and data in here that support our position, that I felt that we had to go over this. I rest assured there were another 20 to 40 items that we can include in there, and I know that when I get through tonight, I'm going to remember a bunch of important things, and I'm probably going to hear from residents and the board about some stuff I skipped over and didn't include in here that's important. But I would just say to the commission, thank you. I hope that you heard enough here, and you're about to hear, hopefully, from residents who are still on about the concerns, and that you not vote on this tonight, and that you continue this, and you give the public an opportunity to come back to the table and address all of these. We believe there's a middle ground, and we believe that we can negotiate a win-win-win solution for East Avenue, for the residents, for the city, and for the property owners and developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask a question of the commissioners. That was a very long presentation. Do you want to take a 5-minute break before we continue, or do you want to just continue? All right, I'm seeing a lot of hands raised. It is 8:54. Let's not make this too long. Let's get back together at exactly 9 p.m. Meeting, and Brian, would you again explain to anyone who wants to speak how they can be recognized to speak?
Sure. So it's the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen under everybody's faces. And then if you're dialed in on a phone, you would hit *9. And with that, I'll bring over Joe Leachik.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. My name is Joe Leachik, and I live at 51 Raymond Terrace. I'm not against improvements, but I'm very concerned about the overall size and density of this project. I please ask that you consider this area size, which is actually what I see already as condensed or an enclosed space. What I mean is that the proposed new zoning for development along East Avenue is what you can say boxed in by Interstate 95 and the Norwalk River. The biggest concern, obviously, as you've heard tonight, is packed neighborhoods with not a whole lot of streets around what I'm calling the epicenter of this new development. You can look and you can see on the map what is actually a locked-in space. Cars can't go beyond the points of the highway and the river. Also, take into account that there is only one real major way into East Norwalk that all pours in from heavy traffic coming off the highway. I keep hearing that it's walkable and bikeable, this new plan. You can't ignore the fact people will own cars and people will have visitors with cars. So a few parking spaces behind new structures is just not going to be enough. The question has been asked many times without any good answers. Has planning and zoning put any real thought into cars and parking? Do you have any control on how big it will get? It always seems to be speculation, when I hear these when I've heard the plan, the overall master plan, it's never really concrete. It's just, there hasn't been any substance to the plan from the PowerPoints that I've heard. I will tell you right now that there are way too many cars parked in front of my home on Raymond Terrace. That at least 6 residing cars for what is all for one very small house. That far exceeds a number of cars for any single family home built in our neighborhood. It's not a good situation. There's way too much activity happening in front of my home all the time. And it comes right down to safety concerns. We're forced to be on edge and cannot be more careful of the situation. It's constantly coming and going. It's disruptive, it's noisy, it litters the ground, and it takes up spaces in front of my home intended for my family and guests. It's a small nightmare, and it's just not acceptable. Please, we need to be conscious and stop all streets and homes in the neighborhood from being the example I already live with now. It's a small example as what's to come. I'm talking about what's most likely to come, the spill out and the spill over into families' neighborhoods. It's a real topic. So what will become a bulk size build out in a confined area will have zero space to easily spread out. Again, the proposed area for a new zone on East Avenue on the south side of the I-95 corridor is simply boxed in. And I quote that. It's boxed in. For the sake that there are still unanswered questions from P&Z, cars, parking, and overall additional traffic, congestion, and spillover into neighborhoods, I ask the commission to reconsider the TOD project, kick it back to make the necessary modifications to shrink and or remove any or all parts of it on East Avenue and its side streets. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we'll try Roberta again and see if it works.
Okay, I'm really hoping you can hear me.
There we go.
Hear you.
Wow, that's awesome. I have no idea what I did differently because I didn't, but here we are. I don't want to take up any more time. I've already made a statement at other public hearings. I still stand by what I said before. I don't need to repeat it. I want to just give Diane Ceci a standing ovation, which is what I would be doing if we were doing this live, and probably a lot of other people, for her incredible work and her devotion. I also want to echo what Joe just said, which is it's all about the density. There's simply not enough capacity for this. And I also want to say that we're also confined by the cemetery. So like you've got this gridlock section that's just going to get worse. And again, resident parking. I see no talk of this. I see no action. I'm in the same situation that many East Norwalk residents are in, which is there's no parking here. Many of the older homes don't even have driveways. So I see no way that that's getting addressed. It's bad. It's getting worse. I implore you to please hit the pause button. Rethink this plan. We want development. We want smart development, not this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Judy.
Thank you. I submitted an email with some points, but while I have been on, I have thought through some more points.
I
and question.
apologize for interrupting, but could you identify yourself and give your address,
Yes,
please?
my name is Judy Harris. I live on Pequot Drive in Norwalk, which is on the Westport border and outside of the TOD. but just. I mean, we use the roads located within the district. My first question, I went back to why this is being considered as a TOD in the first place. I don't know why the railroad station was located in East Norwalk in the first place. I don't know what, I believe that much of the land around there was a farm. So I don't know how things came to be. It was way back in the 1800s. And while I've tried to do some research, I haven't found out. What I do know is that 95 was not built until much later. And since East Avenue was a major corridor, I'm sorry, the word fell out of my mouth, was a major artery throughout this part of Norwalk. I believe that it was a good place to put the entrance and exit, but unfortunately, it exacerbated traffic going northbound and southbound. Anybody who lives in this part of Norwalk, and Steve mentioned, things being deferred to by other bodies because they were just of local interest. I don't know how many of you spend a lot of time in East Norwalk or have lived down here. But I've lived in various parts of Norwalk, West Norwalk, just off of Old Route 7. And East Norwalk is really a very different animal to both of those areas. So when we talk about matters of local interest, I don't know how local you folks are to the areas that we residents have been talking about. I don't know how many of you have tried to travel East Avenue towards the highway from the south while somebody is trying to make a left turn into the Rite Aid parking lot or into Mike's Deli, or going south, turning into the gas stations that are located on the other side of the street, or what it's like to get stuck behind a public bus or even school bus when you're trying to make turns onto East Avenue and go places. I really think that the input from people like us is very critical. My other points I'll try to go through very quickly is that we need to take into account the need for changing environments as they go along. The fact of having outdoor charging stations 20 years ago was not even imaginable as a need. And I believe the needs of the area may change along this corridor as different buildings are built. And therefore, my feeling is that they should each be considered on a time-by-time basis. And there should be no overall change to create this district, which I do not believe should be there. And that although it imposes more work on you folks, which you are doing an incredible job of fulfilling, that these should be one-off. I'm sorry, I'm not very articulate, and as a senior, I lose a lot of words, but they should be one-off requests made for each particular project that is being contemplated. The bonus amenities have been, I think, a sticking point for many people because items have gone on and off and requests have been made and taken into account and then realistically assessed and found that, it's hard to come up with a good list that that each development should be judged on its merits. And the amenities should be those that are reflective of the type of property development being contemplated. I love the design elements that have been requested, how it looks like a New England community, very picturesque, but I don't think we can create that realistically in East Norwalk along East Avenue. My final point that I want to make is that I have long been concerned with things that builders may do that deviate from their proposed plans and what remedies there might be. If a building is too tall, in New York City, they had some that radically exceeded height. They couldn't lop off the top of the building, you know, and if they issued cease and desist orders, you have this eyesore sitting there, similar to the building on Wall Street that has been forever clothed in tie-back wrap. That removed a parking area that was useful to that area. All right, anyway, I think everybody else has made the points that I want to go over. I do request that it would be it would be really important when making a major permanent change like this. I say permanent because once the buildings are there, you know, it's very hard to turn back the hands of time. So you could see us and understand, I mean, the riding, I agree, the walking, I don't think this is going to be a walkable area at all. The walkway under the bridge, the railroad bridge, is not a walkway. There was parking at Brim and Crown. At that property, there was a lot of available parking, which was available to the train station and to people frequenting other businesses. But now that has been subsumed or sucked into that project. So there really isn't adequate parking in the area, nor can there be. Digging underground will be uneconomic for a developer. So those are my particular concerns. I don't want abandoned projects because developers find them uneconomic as they continue to try to create them. All right, I'm yielding the floor. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Jean Tiernan.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can I get on camera as well? I'll start speaking anyway. I know you can hear me while I do. You know, first of all, I just want to thank you all. Let me see here. Join as panelist, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let me just start my video. Sorry, guys. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to thank you all. I don't know how you guys do it. Yeah, I don't take part in these really. This is the first project I have, but thank you for your stamina going through all these meetings and listening to us all. My name is Jean Tiernan. I live at 5 Marvin Street in East Norwalk. I've been here since 1998, raised the family here. I've been on several of these calls and, you know, as you have as well, I just don't know how to say it any clearer that this plan is too big. You've heard it repeatedly for years now. And I know it was stated earlier that this plan has been in development for 2 years and now everybody's raising their hand in the 11th hour. I want to point out the study you guys created. It's East Norwalk Neighborhood TOD Plan from June 16th, 2020. You ask the community, what do you want? What do you not want? The number one thing people said they didn't want, you can look at this, it's in your files, apartments. The number two thing people do not want, you asked us. Why did you ask us if you don't care? 3 to 4 story buildings. And yet we're adding more and more 3 to 4 story buildings. So if you're frustrated that we are frustrated, all you had to do, we could have had this done June 2020, but the same things keep on happening. So please, we're trying to be as clear as possible what can make this work and what can't make it work. We need zoning, we need planning. This has spiraled out of control. I don't know how the community can make it any clearer to you. There's a lot of great things in it. We can make this work, but if you vote to move this forward, it is out of control. And I don't know how to make it any clearer, and the community doesn't know either. I sincerely don't know anyone in this community that wants this gigantic scale of a plan that's been put in front of us, and we've said it. It's not like this is new news that we're bringing up in the 11th hour. There are many different things. I don't even want to go into them all because it'll take all night. A lot of it's been said already. I do want to make sure it's crystal clear that we had some problems in East Norwalk. The number one problem from my perspective, you could argue about it, traffic. Going up and down East Avenue, I've said it before, when I used to commute before COVID, it took me 15 to 18 minutes and I was so bored, I did time it every day. Tuesday was the worst day to get from the cemetery to I-95. Most of that is on East Avenue. Most of that is 2-lane traffic. That the state is now going to make it 2 lanes both ways has no bearing on that because you can't get across the bridge. So how is adding all these apartments going to solve that? How is widening the bridge? How is widening the roads going to solve that? It isn't. So by adding this density, we're not solving that problem, and it's a big problem. Going south the other way, thank God, right now trucks can't come down there. Waze doesn't send trucks down there. Tractor trailers can't get under the bridge. Once we get that 2 lanes wide and that bridge high enough, trucks are going to get off I-95 in traffic jams because time is money. They get paid by the mile, not by the amount of time they spend. They're going to come down and get on 136. There's no traffic study, so I can't prove it to you, but common sense dictates it. So there's no sense that widening the road is going to solve any of the traffic problems, and that's a huge problem in East Norwalk. And doing this project, as it is stated, is going to make it worse. Parking, you've heard it repeatedly. You can barely drive down these side streets. People are parked on either side of the road, and those are the residents. If we build stores with no parking, there's no parking in these plans, not significant parking. If you put one restaurant with 10 people in it, 10 cars, 5 employees, that's 15 cars. Where are they going to park? This is insane. It doesn't work. Common sense. I'm not an expert. You guys are experts. This doesn't work. Utilities and services, they're all going to be strained. We know that. Our schools don't have air conditioning. If somebody wants to pay for an amenity, if a builder wants to come in, let them put air conditioning in the schools so our kids can study and the teachers can do their job in comfort. That's an amenity. Telling them to put up a park bench, that's not an amenity. If they want to get into our community, they got to fix our community. They don't have to make it nicer for themselves. E-commerce is changing everything. Retail is more trucks on the road than ever. People are getting stuff delivered. I'm sure all of us get Amazon on our front door 5 times a day. COVID has changed everything. People are not commuting to Manhattan the way they would. The trains are not a solution, guys. Nobody's heading into Manhattan. If they do, they're going 2 days instead of 5 days. What may have been a great plan right before COVID, things have changed. As well with all this I was saying earlier on the traffic too, we want to make this a walking district. Driving up and down right now, we don't have a lot of people crossing the street. If we make this a true walking district, that's going to add a ton of time to our commutes as well. Also, I'm dismayed. Where are the real numbers? There's no way you can approve this. How many apartments are going in? If we maximize this, and I don't know if that's the success metric you're going by, if everything in this new zoning gets done, and this is the hugest success of all time, how many apartments are going in? On the last call, I mentioned 1,200. Mike Mushak said, oh, I thought it was 900. We never got a straight answer. I believe that was before we started to say we're going to take 1,600 square foot apartments and make them 800 square foot, which doubles the number of cars that have to park, doubles the amount of cars that can get on the road, and it makes it more dense. So how many apartments? I'm guessing 5,000. I'm exaggerating. Maybe I'm not. I don't know, because nobody has said, based upon this plan, here's how many potentially developers who want to optimize their money are going to build, nor have we said, if it gets to a certain amount that we know is perfect, let's say it's 1,000, let's say it's 400, I don't even know. When we get to that, how do we stop it? How do we make sure we don't overdevelop? I haven't heard any of the actual numbers. Please do not approve this until we publish publicly how many potential maximum number of apartments are going to go in, and how many we really want to go in, and whatever that number is, why we would stop there and how we would stop there so that this doesn't get overdeveloped. I just don't know what the success metric is here, because we're not solving parking, we're not solving traffic, we're not solving all these things, but we're adding more density. It seems like we're actually making it worse. And again, if there was a traffic study, none of that exists. It's just, it feels like the objective here is to develop buildings. It looks like Post Road is less dense than what we're looking to do right now. So I don't know what we're looking to accomplish. And I just want to know, if you do decide to move forward with this, I think it would be good to give the community feedback. What more did you need to hear from us to say this is not a good plan for us? I gotta believe, I don't know if any of you lives in East Norwalk. If you do, I think it's a no-brainer. This is too big. You do not sit on East Avenue every day if you can improve this plan. So I ask you, please tell us, what did you need to hear? What have you heard tonight that says, you know what? These are just nitpicky things, the community is being difficult. Go back to June 2020, look at the study commissioned by Harriman NV5 RKG that we paid for. You asked for input. The number one thing we don't want is apartments in 3 to 4 story buildings. They're in the plan. Why? Shouldn't that be a constraint? The number one thing we do want is to preserve small businesses. From what I can see, we're giving incentives to the landlords to sell because we're giving incentive to the developers to come in and make a killing. And these small businesses who pay for the Little League teams, who sponsored Norwalk High School Band, what are we doing for them? We're just saying, thank you for your service. Go figure out where you're going to move to next, because you can't afford a 15-foot high building with shining glass. The reason these small businesses are here is because they've taken houses and converted them and gotten entrepreneurial and made it work. If we build these big shiny buildings, Cracker Barrel would love it. Chipotle would love it. Big money, financially backed companies would love it. Mom and pop businesses that want to open a delicatessen, gone. I don't know if Mike's Deli owns his property. My guess is he's gone, or whoever they are. My point is, we want to preserve small businesses. We can achieve what we set out to do in the beginning, which was to make East Norwalk, East Avenue more beautiful, more walkable, pleasant, small town. We do not need it to become the next Post Road with more density. So I just ask you, please, you can't possibly vote. If you're hearing what the community is saying, if the community has any bearing on what the decisions are, I don't even know why we're talking about voting tonight. It doesn't make any sense. Go back to the last meeting, go back to the previous meeting, go back to the studies you've paid for. Why are we even talking about this? Fix it. It's fixable. It's doable. It could be very successful. East Norwalk is walking distance to the beach. You can get to South Norwalk, the best restaurants. You can get to Westport, the best shopping. This should be something we don't have to give away for free and say, put a bench down and you get 2 800 square foot apartments rather than one 1,600 square foot apartment. Instead of getting $3,000 a month rent, you can get $6,000 a month rent. And all you have to do is put in $10,000 worth of amenities. Or, so thank you. I sincerely believe everybody's heart is in the right place. I just don't know what else the community needs to say. I personally don't want to go on these calls anymore. I've never done these before. It's been a very interesting process. I have tremendous respect for all you guys do to make our community better. I just don't know what else the community needs to say. So I ask you, please do not vote for this to move forward. Let's fix it. Get rid of all these 3.5 story buildings. Let's look at the small business owners and see how we're kicking them out of their businesses and all they've done for us. We can make this work, but this just looks like, let's plow it down. And from what I hear, there are people with plans sitting on the side of the road right now saying, I'll turn it in. I can afford to throw another couple $100,000 at this because I'm going to make so much in rent. We keep on dividing up the apartments. They can make up an extra $100,000, $200,000 in 1 year of rent. Just stop. Take a look at that apartment that was a Crown and Brim. Take a look at that. Plop it down. It's taller than I know we're planning, but plop it down on that map. My God, this can't be 900 apartments. This has got to be infinitely more than 900 apartments. I'm no expert, but I have no idea. If any of you can say this will be limited to X number of apartments if it's maximized, please say it because the community hasn't heard it. I thank you very much again. I do respect it. It's been an interesting process to go through. I'd personally like to step out of it, but as long as this keeps going, I'll do what I have to because I love this town. I don't plan to ever leave. I just want it to be livable. And I really am very frightened just with the bridge project alone. And then you throw all this on top of it. It's going to be impossible to drive up and down East Avenue. And if it's going to fix the community and make it better and give us the best schools that people say, I don't know, should I go to New Canaan, Wilton, or Westport? You know what, Norwalk, because every bit is good. If we're going to do those kinds of changes and that's what's going to do the community, sign me up. But from what I can see, I honestly don't know what we're getting out of this other than shiny new buildings. And we are going to pay a very big price for it. thank you very much. I wish everybody a happy holiday and a happy new year. I hope everybody stays safe and healthy. And thank you. I don't mean to be negative, but boy, if you haven't heard what the community has to say, I don't know what else can be said. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ellen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm Ellen Garcia. I'm Lou Garcia's wife. We live on Bond Street off of Winfield in the precarious position between exit 17 and 16. So we are getting traffic from two directions. And I'm not going to beat on the traffic drum, just to one point on the traffic, that being between exit 16 and 17, and to touch back on if zone changes and restrictions aren't put on Norton's, once the bridge is lowered under the railroad, we are going to have to keep moving when we're at the stoplight near St. Thomas to let the trucks through, like I've done 3 times in the last week and a half, nearly getting creamed by tractor trailers trying to cut through on Fitch Street to go around Strawberry Hill, et cetera. And tractor trailer traffic will only add and destroy whatever village feeling you're trying to create. As a sideline, I've been a real estate broker for the last 17 years. And the guidelines as they're currently prepared and presented to us in regards to building size, height, density, is not a village setting. It doesn't have charm to be considered a village setting. Look at downtown Ridgefield. That feels like quintessential New England and a village. What is being shoved down our throats potentially is not a village. It's an extension of South Norwalk and the curb buildings at the end of the Route 7 connector. I also want to say that what you are presenting to us is actually going to destroy the quality of life of the people that are already currently property owners in this area. By virtue of the density, the amount of traffic, and just as a point of parking, we love to frequent Don Carmelo's. Fortunately, we're in a position where we can walk down there, but I have seen cars lined all the way up to RT Vanderbilt because there's no parking, and that's one restaurant. Can you imagine throwing in these hundreds of apartments, other small businesses, large businesses, restaurants into this mix when you can't even accommodate parking for one small neighborhood restaurant? It's just going to be completely out of control. And the idea, going back to the gentleman on Raymond Street, and we had this thrown at us as a possibility because we unfortunately are now receiving the 11 apartment condo units at the corner of Howard in Winfield, that perhaps we need to have parking permits. We've been in our house for nearly 30 years. And of recent, even without these apartments, we don't have parking for our guests to come sometimes because the neighbors in some of the other homes have multiple families in their homes and there's not enough parking. If somebody has a dinner party, there's nowhere to park. So where are you going to put your relatives when they come for Christmas Eve if you have 2 spots available in front of your house for your guests? Because the people in those apartments are taking your spots. I can just see that extending up and down Myrtle, up and down Raymond, up and down all those side streets where we're just inundated because 1.3 cars is not what is permissible, in my view, for an apartment. Most people looking to rent apartments need 2 parking spaces. Not everybody is walking to the grocery store down the street or hopping on the train to go to work. It's just not realistic. Let me look at my notes here. Oh, and also going back to what Jean had said is if, some of these developers want to come in and give something to our communities, we do need help with school issues. Being a realtor, I hear it all the time. So why would I send my kid to Norwalk when I can send them, to Westport or to a private school? Why would I buy in Norwalk when I can spend a little more for a house outside of East Norwalk in Westport or Wilton and not have to consider, sending my kids to a private school. And I love Norwalk. I tell my husband all the time, and I love East Norwalk. My intent is to be taken out of my house feet first, because I don't want to leave. However, putting the density like this in here completely makes you rethink your life plan. And as a realtor, I've always sold East Norwalk as, the unfound little Rowayton type hamlet that isn't developed like Rowayton, where you can still afford your house and you can still afford your taxes and still have your beach and be close to the train stations and be close to New York City and all the restaurants in SoNo. You put something like this in here and it's going to destroy people's property values, in my opinion. And I am, I'm all for making East Avenue look more beautiful and village-like. And I'm not opposed to doing that, but with the proper guidance to actually enhance our community, and rather than turn us into an extension of what I mentioned before. That's not what we all moved here for. And when I talk to people moving to this area, particularly in the last 3 to 5 years, coming out of more dense areas, they love it here because it's a nice cross between what they're leaving and what, being out in the woods somewhere, still being close to everything, having the community feel where you bump into people at church, you bump into people at school, and everybody seems happy and content. You throw this mix on us with the added stress of all this traffic and all these people, it's going to entirely ruin the whole vibe of East Norwalk and the whole community feel of it. That's my point of it. And I hope that you rethink everything. And our family, including my mother-in-law, who lives on Bridge Street right down the road for us, who's 90 years old and does not do Zoom, is completely against this plan as it stands. And I respectfully put that forward and hope that you will consider everything that everyone has said this evening, because I don't know for a fact, but I don't believe any of you live down here and none of you have experienced this. And just the stress of having to figure out, oh my God, how am I going to get to my next appointment? I can't get out of Winfield Street. I can't go south. I can't go north. I'm trapped. Oh, by the way, the Strawberry Hill Bridge is closed, so you can't go that way either. And it takes you half an hour just to get on 95 or to get on Route 7 or to get on Westport Avenue. It's just, you add that into the mix and we're just really out of control. So thank you very much and appreciate, you folks all volunteering your time. But I really do wish that you would listen to the community that you are serving and take those thoughts into consideration. Wish everybody a happy new year. And I do want to thank you to Diane Cece. She is an amazing, amazing spokesperson and team member leader for us. And we truly appreciate her. And Jean, I loved all the points you put forward because they were spot on, as were the others of the other people that have spoken. So have a happy holiday and thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to remind you again, people are simply repeating what others have said. If you can keep your comments to just your points without editorializing on them. And again, do your best not to simply repeat what others have said. Again, if you want to indicate that you support other positions, that's fine. But we seem to be burning an awful lot of time unnecessarily. With that, Brian.
Okay, next we have Yvonne.
Hi, thank you again, guys, for the work that you are doing. I want to say that I live on Myrtle Street and it is already a cut-through street from Strawberry Hill to East Avenue. I only see that getting worse with this plan. We have been involved in these meetings since the very first meetings that they held when they had a map out and we drew some things on the map and ideated things. And it truly feels like we are not being heard. I want to thank Jean Tiernan for what he said. And I think that if this was a true meeting in person, that he would have had a standing ovation for the points he made. And I want to thank Diane Cece for the heavy lifting that she's been doing. And I just hope that we are heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if anyone else is looking on this application, you can use the raise your hand feature or dial *9.
Can you?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I agree with everything that those who have spoken before me have said. I think Diane has done a wonderful job summarizing everything at great length. Jean Tiernan has voiced the concerns that all of us feel in this neighborhood. I will say that I'm Mary Beth Payne. I live at 34 Pine Hill Avenue. I have lived in East Norwalk for 42 years. I raised my children here. I plan to retire here. East Norwalk is a beautiful community and it has many amenities, in particular access to the beautiful waterfront areas. But the plans as they are currently laid out for the East Norwalk development are rapidly undermining the quality and the health of the community. And to go forward with it would be both catastrophic and irrevocable. And I ask you to respectfully to please postpone a decision on this plan and to genuinely hear all the concerns that the neighbors are talking about. I've lived here a long time. Most of the time I commuted to New York City and I walked to the train station. So I'm a target for transit-oriented development, but I never felt threatened walking. Now I feel threatened walking because there is so much traffic on East Avenue and it's going so fast and so many people are so impatient. You take your life in your hands when you walk to the train station. If you drive, you can sit in traffic from my house on Pine Hill. It can take me 20 to 30 minutes to get to the entrance to I-95 South to get on Route 7. That's just unconscionable. That should take no more than 10 minutes. And so I have to ask you, when this plan goes through and you throw up all kinds of apartment buildings, it's going to drastically increase the density. It will drastically increase the traffic. There's no place to park. What happens if someone wants to turn left? I mean, that's an untenable situation. If you want to turn left into Rite Aid or Dunkin' Donuts or the apartments on either side, it's a real struggle. So I have to ask you, who benefits from this situation and this development? I mentioned it was a safety issue. When the bridge is lowered, trucks will roar through this neighborhood. The streets are narrow. We can't support them to begin with. It's going to increase safety problems for the children, for walkers. It will increase noise and air pollution. So I have to ask you, who benefits from this? The environmental issues, we're already plagued in this neighborhood by diesel exhaust. We're very close to I-95. The increased traffic when we throw up all these buildings are going to exacerbate air, noise, light, pollution. Anybody who has cardiovascular issues, asthma, pulmonary or other respiratory illnesses are breathing these fumes all the time. If this is going to be truly walkable, what are we asking them to do with the air that they're breathing? So who benefits from this? And we talked about amenities. Diane laid out pretty carefully what the amenities are. When this plan was first proposed about 4 years ago, we talked about abundant green space, about making the city more walkable, about having gathering places. And I don't see in any of these plans, those gathering places, those green spaces. All I see is a big giveaway to the developers. So I have to ask you, who is benefiting from this development? Property values. I don't know how many of you on the board live or have spent much time in this neighborhood. I suspect very few. But we're all deeply anxious that our property values are going to plummet when people realize that this whole neighborhood has become nothing but gridlock. This is a serious concern and nobody benefits from that. We talk a little bit about infrastructure. So we're putting up all these buildings. What about the overcrowding of our schools? What about our increasingly failing sewer systems? The impact on Calf Pasture Beach and Norwalk Harbor when heavy rains and storms cause the sewers to overflow and the beaches close. Who benefits from that? So I respectfully ask you to delay this venture until the zoning regulations throughout Norwalk have been reassessed. No action, I believe that no action on this project should be taken until every resident of East Norwalk has received and completed a survey regarding the project, and then it should be submitted to a vote. The issue is too important and too impactful on everyone who lives here to be rushed through toward approval. So I respectfully ask you to question yourselves who will benefit from this situation. The city, the developers, the prospective tenants, or the residents. And think about that and answer that question really honestly, and consider how deeply you have heard the people who live here and who love it here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, nobody else has their hand raised. Lou.
All right, let's just give it a few more seconds, see if anybody who's shy wishes at the last minute to speak up.
I think that's it.
Okay. Then we'll close, excuse me, the public comment period of the hearing, and we'll turn it back to Steve Kleppen for response.
Sure, and I'll, if you have any questions or anything that was brought up by anybody, that I'm happy to address those. And I'm going to hit some of the individual points that were made, but just kind of some of the overarching kind of things and questions that I was kind of asking myself while this was going on is starting at the very beginning, why did the state give the city money to do a TOD plan for the East Norwalk station? If you have, that's something I think to think about. Why did the Common Council authorize submittal of the grant and receipt of the funds to do the study? And why would the oversight committee that was put together, which was comprised of members of the Zoning Commission, the Planning Commission, ENNA, I know that Ms. Cece was not in favor of the recommendations within the plan. ENBA was involved. Public Works was involved. Why did everybody else think this was a good idea? What would be the nature of a TOD plan if there wasn't contemplated to have development within this? I think those are kind of some questions to think about in general. The other part of this is the TOD plan itself is already adopted. It's already been amended into the Plan of Conservation and Development. So we're not revisiting the TOD plan at this point. We're talking about the zoning changes that were recommended within the plan. So when the city approves the plan and the zoning is an amendment to that, you're understanding you have another bite at the apple of the zoning, but that was kind of baked into the plan from the beginning. It's not a new concept that came out. The general layout of things was in place when that was approved. Regardless of the bonus system itself, being a planner for almost 20 years now, I would have said from the start that 2.5 stories and the density proposed, or excuse me, the density existing in and around the East Norwalk train station, which is a mainline train station, isn't appropriate for that area. I would have advocated for 3.5 stories, if not more than 3.5 stories, regardless of whether we put the amenity system in. The amenity system is a bigger requirement than is faced anywhere else in the city, and people making comparisons to South Norwalk or the Merritt Station it's apples and oranges. We allow 8-story developments down in South Norwalk under certain conditions, and think about what's being considered up at the Merritt Station right now, significantly more height and density than that. So what's being proposed here is the compromise plan. It's the contextual sensitive plan for this area. It's what's appropriate for this area. It's not over big, it's not over large. There's mention of 80 parcels that are going to be rezoned. Well, the parcels along the East Avenue corridor, I think it would be pretty hard to argue that the changes being contemplated for those properties only enhance the value of those properties. They don't detract from that. Yes, there will be some businesses that become non-conforming, and those are some of the uses that I think are quite the opposite of what you would consider for a TOD plan. Gas stations are not necessarily appropriate for a TOD area. Neither are single family or 2-family dwellings. You want the density there to activate the street. East Avenue is an underperforming area. It just is. A lot of those buildings have vacant storefronts. They have businesses that aren't filling out the space. They have a lot of buildings that just, they're just not appropriate, and they're not performing up to what they could do. And I think in some of the correspondences you got back, the majority of the people that were in favor from the correspondences you got were property owners along that East Avenue corridor, because I think they realize there's a reason why why their properties are in the state that they're in. There's not an incentive for anybody to do anything different now. There's no financial benefit for them to improve their properties the way things stand. And to address some specific questions that came up, Mr. Garcia, to address a couple of his points, it's not the commission's job, and I'm telling you this, but you know this, it's not the commission's job or staff's job to make the public happy. It's to do what's best for the overall city of Norwalk. While East Avenue in East Norwalk is a part of Norwalk and it has its own unique character and qualities, it's part of a larger entity. So we need to keep that in mind anytime we're doing planning anywhere in the city. If some of these lots, just because they're narrower, don't redevelop, well, then that's okay at the end of the day. That just means that there's going to be less density and less traffic than if some of these units don't, develop out fully. The idea is this is meant to be a walkable community. So we want that parking to the rear. We want the parking not visible. We don't want the parking front and center to the development. He did raise a good point, and I'm glad he did. He said, well, have any other architects looked at this? Yes, we had 2 other architects look at this. We had Bob Griswatz, who's your consulting architect, look at this, made many comments in which we incorporated into the plan. So that's already been done. We also had TPUDC, another planning firm, look at this outside of this. I asked Jonathan Hopkins, who's an architect who works for the redevelopment agency, to look at this. He's reviewed it. He, at first he was hesitant about the point system, but then he says, you know what? After thinking about the bonuses and the amenities, it might be a better way to go, because the amenities and the point system provide some certainty for people. It's easier for them to understand what's being asked, as opposed to the way the amenities and the bonuses have been done in the past, which is kind of nebulous without boundaries around them. This provides some certainty. The whole idea of a special permit is at your discretion. You can look at a special permit under these circumstances and say, wait a minute, this is not what we had in mind. This is not appropriate. And then if somebody doesn't like your answer to their request, then they'd have to sue the city. You have the ability to say no on a special permit application. It requires a public hearing. A special permit is a much higher hurdle than any of the other approvals that you require. I think it's the appropriate step. If you think about the developments we've been approving in South Norwalk, we have taken away the special permit requirement on those developments, which are, twice as large as what we're talking about here. Those are only approved through site plan approval, because we put a plan together and said, this is how we want this area of the city to develop, and we feel this is appropriate. So these projects are in keeping with the plan that we adopted. And I should also point out, in comparison, these design standards are much more detailed and strict than anything we have anywhere else in the city. I mean, I think that's pretty clear if you just take a look at those. Speaking to some of Ms. Cece's points, you're not bound to approve this now, but we've been talking about this for several years now. This whole process has been going on for 2 years. At some point, you'd like to bring it to a close and act on it. I think we've we delayed the initial public hearing at her request because there was concern that somehow mothers and fathers with school children wouldn't have time to attend a meeting in the evening if with the start of school. Well, I think the idea of having a Zoom meeting provides more opportunities for people who are in those circumstances who say, I can't come out tonight because I have things to do at home, but oh yeah, it's on Zoom, so I can participate or I can watch it later, which otherwise might not be the case. And I think she mentioned one comment that was completely incorrect. Not all the parcels on East Avenue are going to become non-conforming as a result of this. Yes, there's some of the uses like a gas station or a single family house that will become legally non-conforming. It's important to note with any non-conformity that those parcels can continue to operate just as they do today. They can't expand their business or the use beyond that, but they can continue to operate. The city's not proposing any kind of taking, eminent domain. That's not on the table. Never was considered and never will be. She mentioned something about the traffic being looked at separately. It is looked at separately, but it is also looked at as it gets added onto as far as each project being developed in the future. Each project as it gets developed adds to the traffic volume. It's, that's pretty common sense part of it. So each new traffic study that gets put together has that new data put into it. So the volumes technically will increase. And if it gets to the point where the traffic overwhelms the system, then that's an avenue where you could say, all right, we're not approving this project unless improvements to the road network are made. So that safeguard and that safety net is built into the system. She made some comparisons to other village districts in the city, how saying this one was out of scale and out of keeping. None of those other village districts are in a TOD zone. They're not around a train station in walking distance, this is specifically designed for. And then the 230 East Avenue, the Brown and Crim project, Browning, I'm not going to say, which one I'm talking about. The 230 East Ave TOD project keeps being brought up as a bad thing. Well, that's over 90% leased, and they're filling out the commercial space. I think that's been a success. I think that in the long run, that's going to add vitality to the area, not detract from it. She also mentioned they want the small scale mom and pop shops, and they don't want the chain businesses. Well, why aren't there mom and pop shops on all those spots that are vacant now? I think there's probably a reason, because there isn't the population to support it. That's probably the same reason why, we heard about, we want grocery stores, we don't want these other businesses. Well, there's a reason those aren't there. There's just not the population to support that. And that's not going to change unless we change the parameters under which they can operate. Something to point out to correct that was misstated. What's different about Norwalk regulations, I think it's fair to say that, the 100-foot mark of notification requirements and an application comes in probably should get boosted to a larger distance. I think that's fair. But one thing we do require that other communities don't, when somebody submits the special permit application, they're required to notify the abutters, and they're also required to submit the notification at the time the public hearing is set. So they get 2 notifications on those hearings as opposed to just 1. And she mentioned the middle ground. I don't know what the middle ground is. We're already at 2.5 stories. We talked about 3 stories at one time. And if you go to 3 stories, all you're going to get are flat buildings. You're going to get buildings with flat roofs. The 3.5 stories allows for that architectural interest, allows for that, beachy kind of feel with the dormers and the different roof shapes. A couple of people brought up residential permit parking overflow. I think I 100% agree with that. And I think one thing I would suggest to the commission is that we put a memo together to send to the Traffic, Mobility, and Parking Department, request that they expedite the review and analysis of whether that's appropriate for East Norwalk, because that was a recommendation within the plan. I understand that the concern of overflow parking and on-street parking is a concern. So I think that's something that should get looked at. And I would recommend that the commission take that up at either tonight or at another date. Mr. Tiernan mentioned the June 2020 plan, and the concerns expressed by residents about we don't want 3.5, the apartments, we don't want the density. Well, that's not the final plan. That's the June 2020 was a draft plan. I understand that at one of the initial meetings, there was a lot of sentiment against, we don't want any apartments. But if you follow the planning process from that point forward, there were reasons why there was additional density recommended. And I highlighted a bunch of those tonight. You can't realize the nice things that people want without giving up something in return. So that's where the give and take actually occurs. There would be no D in TOD if there wasn't redevelopment. I think to anybody to indicate that it wasn't contemplated that would be redevelopment around the train station when this process started is kind of, I think, is a little bit naive at this point in the game. I think there was a later speaker who brought up downtown Ridgefield. I drive through downtown Ridgefield all the time. There's plenty of 3 and 3.5 stories right through that little section there. And there's also 1.5 story buildings there too, but they do also allow 3.5 stories. And if you've seen some of the other residential developments around the corner for those, they're at least 3.5 stories as well. And the notion that this will destroy property values in the area, I find that to be an argument without any merit. I think if anything, the East Avenue property values will increase as a result of this. But I don't want those property values to increase in the surrounding areas where it forces people out. I don't think that's anybody's intent or hope, but to say that property values will decrease, I find that really difficult to believe. Those are just some of the points I noted from that. I'm happy to take any questions and any information you feel I missed.
Well, let's turn it over to the commission members. Questions for Steve or comments?
I have a question for Steve.
Please, go ahead, Richard.
Steve, one of the things that I have always been concerned about, not as a zoning commissioner, but as an attorney that specializes in land, is legal nonconformities. I know that people can continue to use the property legally nonconforming for whatever use they had put it to before the zone change. But the difficulty with a legally nonconforming use is that if something happens to the property, such as a fire, and it's more than 50% destroyed, it's not so easy to bring that property back to where it was and the use back to where it was. So I just have a concern about the number of properties, it seems like anyway, that are going to be rendered non-conforming. One in particular that comes to mind is there's a condo project like right where you make the corner on East Avenue. And I think that whole project changed into a C residence zone. And I'm just kind of wondering why that would be. I could be wrong. It's hard for me to see where that map starts and ends sometimes.
Sure. Can you guys see the screen? Is that,
yeah,
blow that up at all? So this map is the map that was in the plan. So this is not the zoning map you're voting on. You raised some good points. So Ms. Cece had questioned why these parcels were included. I'm pretty sure it's almost the exact same configuration that you're voting on. There were a couple parcels that were added just based on, we relooked at things as, this is, like I said, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. So small tweaks were made. I think more parcels were possibly removed than added, but it's probably very close one way or the other. I think to Mr. Flaherty's point about the parcels that he mentioned, I think I'm forgetting the street now because it's getting late and I'm getting
Van Zandt.
Yeah, thank you, on Van Zandt. Those parcels down there, I think he made a pretty good argument to keep them in neighborhood business. Only thing I would kind of counter argue a little bit, and it's not necessarily to keep the zone change as proposed, but to say, having a sea of parking as what you see from the street or what you walk by is not necessarily desirous either. I mean, obviously, if the buildings were at the street and then the auto repair was at the rear, that would be a better outcome. But I thought he made fair points. And if the commission decided to exclude those from the rezoning to the residential C, I wouldn't have any, it's not something that I think is that crucial. I think the key part is this East Avenue corridor. I think that's kind of the crux of the plan, the orangish parcels here. There are some 1 and 2 family houses, particularly up towards Olmsted on the east side of East Avenue that, some of those are pretty nice buildings. And if they never changed, it wouldn't be the end of the world that they didn't become more dense or flip. It's not required to. It's just if somebody does something in the future, properties change hands and the new owner may have a different plan than the current owner does. And we're giving them an opportunity to improve their property. And I think which would ultimately benefit the city. I think, and Brian, I don't know if you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the typical, with the way the nonconformity text usually reads is that if it's destroyed by fire, riot, or act of God, or however they term that, you're usually allowed to rebuild. I think but I'm not positive regarding the 50% nonconformity if it fits into that same clause or doesn't fit into that same clause.
The city of Norwalk has traditionally been fairly liberal in interpreting 50% rule. So maybe that's what you're thinking about. They only count basic structural towards that. It's just nonconformities in general. I'm not a fan of, but I get it. I mean, there has to be some changes at some point. But looking at that map that you presented, is that condo project? Wish I could remember what the side street was that it's on. But it's right where the East Avenue, turns into the little one-way small road.
But down by Sweet Ashley's?
Yes. Yes.
And across
All the way
from
at the bottom, Steve. Those 2 blue ones.
Are these the 2 parcels you're talking about?
I think so. Yeah, that's where the East Avenue takes the turn. Yes. The blue changes into C residence?
Correct.
I mean, I don't even know what would happen with a condo project. Usually the whole thing doesn't burn down. It's only 2 or 3 units. So maybe it wouldn't matter.
So if this was and I could probably pull up a Google Street View. I don't know, Brian, can you do that by any chance? So we could take a peek at those, but
sure.
So if this one is, technically commercial and it goes to the zone changes to residential, the commercial piece would obviously become non-conforming. But if this was and I gotta admit, I don't remember this property off the top of my head. If this was a condominium now, if it was 3 or more units, I think it would technically be more conforming in this zone than it wouldn't be at the MB, but I'd have to look at the land use.
All right, I don't mean to take up a lot of time on that. Just a concern that I have.
They may both be residential. I don't remember what that corner property is. I just don't recall.
And then, Steve, one other question that I have. I know the state of Connecticut is paying a ton of money to do the bridge widenings and road lowerings and all the rest of it. Is there any way that the city can prevent through truck traffic on East Avenue under that bridge?
We talked about that a couple different times, and I think since a state road, so I don't think we're going to have any say in that.
Is East Avenue a state road?
Yeah, through there. Yeah, that's DOT in there. Yeah, I don't think we'd be, whether we have control on the local roads from that point is another question. And I don't know how, I'd have to have a conversation with DPW or TNP to ask them their thoughts on that.
Well, why don't you have a discussion with TNP about the entire issue? about what they feel the state might be willing to accept in terms of truck traffic, as well as control of the local road.
Okay.
I have one just small comment. I have friends in East Norwalk who think this is a really good plan. They didn't come out tonight. People who are unhappy tend to be more motivated to come out. And I think all of the people who came out to speak are all members of ENNA, but ENNA is not all of East Norwalk. So I think that we, of course, want to listen to what the people who came out and spoke tonight said, but I don't think it's the sentiment of the entire community.
Yeah, that was another point I didn't get to, but I'm glad you brought it up. So I'm just going to soapbox again for a minute, if you don't mind. It was mentioned that, you know, the same number of respondents they had to their surveys we had mentioned for the waterfront study mapping exercise. Well, we had 51 comments, but we had over 1,000 different participants. That just means 1,000 different people, including the 51. So it was, let's just round it to around 1,000 different people viewed the mapping exercise, which is a much higher percentage overall than just 51 that did the survey. So just, it's not, that wasn't an apples to apples comment. So I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, well, 200 people does not represent East Norwalk. And I agree. It's usually more people with an axe to grind come out versus more people that come out and support. It's just usually the nature of the beast.
Well, I don't want to minimize, excuse me, their concerns. Their concerns are legitimate. The question is whether these things that they're concerned about are necessarily going to happen.
Yes, exactly. And a lot of the things that they were concerned about have nothing to do with this plan. You know, they're in other parts of East Norwalk where they're talking about traffic over here and traffic up there.
And I also think characterizing our behavior as not listening is not fair. I think we do listen. I think we have listened. It may simply be that we disagree. And I, for one, frankly, don't see much in the way of a middle ground. And I think the plan is a fair one, and not unfair to the residents of East Norwalk. Steve, I do have a question about the 3.5 stories, simply because I don't know the answer. But something you said sparked the question in me, and that is whether that last half story will simply be aesthetic or whether it is usable space.
It could be either. So it just depends on the development. They could choose to, use that as whatever. They could, if it was office, it could be office space. It could be residential space. It could be storage, could be attic.
Do we significantly undermine the plan if we say otherwise? And again, just asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, typically kind of, and this kind of goes to more of a form-based theme, we're not looking to control what's inside the building, we're really looking at the design and the aesthetic part of it. So I think, as I said, if you limit it to 3 stories, you're going to get buildings with flat roofs because they'll build the box and that's what they'll build. If you allow that half story, that's when they put the dormers in, they put the roof lines in, and the architecture significantly changes. So that's why we went with 3.5, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay. A couple of other concerns that I think we need to address, and that is the suggestion. It wasn't made as an absolute fact, but it was clearly implied that a lot of the decisions here that were made in terms of what's included and what's not included in this community redesign is frankly the result of collusion between the zoning commission and developers. And that concerns me quite a bit. Maybe you can clear that up.
Oh, well, I can tell you this, and I don't think it's a secret. I've only had conversations with one about one project, and it's not a big secret which one that is. That's the I'm going to say the wrong bank, the down by Gregory Boulevard, the big empty parking lot that's all impervious surface running towards the Norwalk River. So I think
right, the bank location.
Yeah, that's the only project.
The Wells Fargo.
Yes.
Haven't had any conversations about anything else.
Okay. I mean, I think it's important that we have that on the record.
And isn't it likely, Steve, that this area will develop slowly over time? It's not like we approve it tonight and 6 months from now, there are 20 buildings going up. I mean, that's not what is going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I think especially, we didn't talk about tonight, but we've talked about previously, a lot of those smaller parcels are fractured ownership. So somebody has to accumulate all those parcels. And yeah, obviously, if the price is right, I'm sure people will say, okay, great, I'll take that and go. But it won't happen overnight.
We got a letter from people who were saying they were delighted with this because their land values were going up.
Yeah.
Well, that was in an email that was distributed.
I also think it's important to note that from our perspective, there's nothing, and frankly, I think even from the neighborhood perspective, there's nothing to be gained or achieved through postponement. I think the members of the commission fully understand this project. Is it possible we're not making the best decision? I mean, that's always a possibility, though I don't think it's the case. The argument about having the meetings in person, I don't think that you make any better decisions because you meet in person. We've had an opportunity through these meetings, the Zoom meetings, to meet with a very large number of people. I think we know very well what they're thinking. So again, I see no value in delay. Personally, don't have any objection to it going before the new commission, but I see no reason for it to go before the new commission. I think this is a well thought out, 3 times reviewed by experts, rewriting of the zoning regulations. And I don't know what more we can or should say about it. Not that I know what anyone other than myself is, how you're going to vote on this. But I would vote in favor of the changes.
So would I.
Other comments from other commissioners?
I think on a conceptual level, I love the idea of giving East Norwalk a much needed facelift. But to hear the amount of people in opposition, it just gives me a moment of pause. And I don't know if I have an opinion one way or another, but it does give me a moment of pause, even though the idea behind it has a lot of merit, and I think it will bring a lot of good to the area. I just think public opinion matters so much.
Well, I agree with you. I think any intelligent person would give what we've heard tonight would give us pause, and I could see where it might make you uncomfortable making a decision on this. So I agree with you, but I don't have a problem making a decision. I mean, we're talking about an area, I mean, I've lived in Norwalk 51 years. First place I lived in Norwalk was in East Norwalk. In most of that time, there has been very little, if any, development along that corridor. And short of our approving this, I don't think there will be development. And I think the city and East Norwalk deserve to see some healthy development through that corridor.
Just to point out, we had 11 speakers tonight. That outside of the Adam Blank and Craig Flaherty, it was 11 people. So it was not, I mean, one speaker was probably an hour. So it seemed a lot longer. I mean, and I understand the position you're in. I've been on that side of the table before. I've done that. So you don't want to, when you're hearing people say don't approve something, you feel for them, you have empathy for them, but at the same time, it's the role of the commission to do what's best for the city, and we're following the planning that we put together and following the process that's laid out. And I think, we've, as the chairman stated, gone through numerous meetings and hearings and taken all those things into account. I think that's kind of the step we're at.
Steve, I have a couple hopefully quick questions. One, just clarification. Every building that gets built is run through the design standards, correct? That's applicable regardless of special permit or not. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And then obviously we can amend and change those as needed, and we see what actually occurs. So I get a lot of comfort in that. The second point was, this is more finer detail stuff. So Lou and Steve, tell me if you want me to punt this to later on, but I thought the drive-through comment could actually be something to incorporate in, especially given the traffic flow. It seems like it may not be a great use for the area. And then I don't know what people feel about size of restaurants and whether or not that matters or not. I'd love to hear what people's thoughts are at this point, or if you just wait and see. And then I think it'd be good also to, if we want to decide what we want to do with some of those, I won't say those side parcels, like the Van Zandt, or if there's any other ones that make sense or not make sense.
I agree with you, Nick, on certainly on the drive-throughs. And I would hope that we can find a way, frankly, of limiting the number of restaurants in some way. We don't want this to look like South Norwalk in that regard. In other words, just a string of restaurants on either side of the street.
Right.
But I don't know how much discretion we have in that regard. And with regard to your last point, I would agree. that if we make a motion to approve, that we eliminate the properties that Mr. Flaherty was talking about from the plan.
And then generally, my general thoughts are like, I tend to take a more pro-home, pro-development stance. And what I mean by that is more of, you know, allowing more people to come to the community, get into the area. They need places to go. And we want to bring people into the area to live and grow, and at different price points and different levels. And I think without a change, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get people going to any shops in this area. It's going to be more of the same. And I think what we're doing here is taking a balanced approach. It's not like, look, the one thing I struggle a lot is this notion that the city has this eminent domain power where they can come in and just, you know, raise everything, build parks. I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but like, that's not really what we're dealing with. It's not like we're dealing with a blank slate where we can say, how would we ideally like to put things on? You know, it's more of how do we help redevelop a community that exists or an area that needs a little bit revitalization. And I don't think anyone has said, whether you're for these changes or against these changes, that revitalization of some nature is needed in the area. So I'm very much, this is a great first step. It is not something that cannot be changed. We've changed zoning before, and we will continue to change zoning based on what occurs. So I'm very optimistic towards like this being a good step. And then we have to see a little bit what occurs, because there's no way to predict the future. I don't think there's any way to predict the future. I don't think there's a perfect plan that exists out there. And I think this is an exciting step. So I'll stop there.
Anyone else want to comment?
Just wanted to make a quick comment about the traffic situation. There are 3 or 4 different ways that I can get home, and none of them are any good anymore. There's either gas and sewer construction on West Rocks Road or Strawberry Hill Avenue. I mean, there's just no good way to get anywhere right now. And, you know, the hope is that in the next 3 or 4 years, they're going to finish. I know that's ridiculous to say, but hopefully they will. And then we'll all be able to drive again.
Or walk or take the train.
Or walk or take the train, right.
I totally agree with you, Dick, on that, on the traffic, and like I'm empathetic, and then sort of like I don't know if exactly, you know, I don't think it means to stop. It's going to be thoughtful as things come up. I think with parking, all these the bigger complexes in this area are going to have to require more off-street parking that does not currently exist. So I actually see that potentially being somewhat of a solution. And if we see how the ratio has played out at all the other complexes, it meets the need. So I'm optimistic there, but I think it's a cautious first step. Nothing is saying like you said, Galen, earlier, like nothing is saying on day, you know, tomorrow, if we approve, that all of a sudden, you know, thousands and thousands of apartments are going to go up. Like I don't think that way of thinking helps the community.
Well, and
I think the biggest thing that's going to keep this at a workable flow is what Steve was saying about the size of the lots on East Avenue. There's going to have to be, you know, what we used to call in law school an acquisition and assembly, and that doesn't come easy. It doesn't come easy. There's a garage on Water Street that is a perfect example. So,
you know, as Mr. Garcia said, there will be no place to park. The fact is that parking may indeed be a limiting factor. If you don't have the parking, you can't put in as much housing as you want, or you can't put in as much retail space as you'd like. So if he's right, that becomes a limiting factor to the amount of development that can take place as well.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I should I know public comment technically was closed, but I did get an email in before public comment closed. So technically, I think that's part of the record. I can read it in, not.
I
read it
think,
in.
we can consider it as part of the record.
Okay. You want me to read that to you? I forgot to read it before, but.
Sure.
And this did come in. This was from Nick Zabrecki. I think he was on the call and then dropped out, but he said, "Hi, Steve, appreciate your comments on the call tonight. I'm writing because I won't be able to stay on the call to share my following comments due to children obligations. To simplify this, I'll bullet point the comments. I'm not opposed to the EVDZ plan, but as a resident of East Norwalk for over a decade, I don't frequent with my family as it is not safe. Adding crosswalks, traffic signs, etc., will not change anything. I heard it on the call that density will be a concern, and that is the number one problem. The traffic in the East Norwalk train station area is horrendous, especially during the summer when traffic increases due to beach traffic. And with the added seating proposed outside buildings for patrons, this will not incentivize anyone due to the traffic noise and the lack of safety precautions to protect the patrons while seated. In the proposed plan, was there consideration for bike lanes? What about a green space? I'd say yes and yes for those. One point that I am opposed to is the rezoning of A zone lots of land to a C zone lot. If we are trying to develop a sense of community with EVTZ, then bringing in more rentals, which is what the multifamily structures will be used for, is not conducive to creating a community. Thank you for your time. I think the only A to C ones were the ones that Adam Blank had talked about at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not technically up for consideration. The only thing I was going to point out too is we did have, you did get a letter which I sent out to you about property owner on Winfield Street who had some commercial properties who was also opposed to the zone change. And other than that, I don't think there were many other property owners who spoke that way. I just wanted to flag that.
Okay.
There was the one Winfield, yeah. So I don't know what folks think about that. If that.
Well, with that, I would welcome a recommendation regarding whether we approve or disapprove the change. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the
Okay.
change.
Galen has made a motion. Is there a second?
This is approving which change the.
Yeah, you have to vote on, so we have two things to vote on. You
Oh,
have
that's right.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Steve.
Yeah, so you've got the map, which is one action. So you need to vote on the map. And then if there were any changes you wanted to make based on conversations tonight, we would do that at that point. And then there's the text change, which includes the design guidelines, which I think you could handle as
Okay.
one item.
Why don't we start with the map?
I'll move that we approve the map and cut out those few properties on Van Zant Street that Mr. Flaherty spoke about.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I was second.
Michael is seconding. Steve, do you have language regarding an approval?
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt with a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Steve, if this map gets voted approved, would it be possible for people to come later on? And if they had something to say as persuasive as Mr. Flaherty, that their properties could be taken off later?
Yeah, technically, and I think Ms. Cece raised the point, anybody can come back and amend or request to amend the regulations or the map at any point in time. So
As it pertains to particular properties then?
yeah, if
Okay.
somebody made an argument, you know what, you should have considered me for this and didn't, or take me out or whatever, that could, that can always happen. I mean, that anybody can ask to do anything they want. Doesn't mean you have to entertain it.
And is that a simple action on our part, or does that require a public hearing?
No, that would be the whole kit and caboodle.
Okay, so require a public hearing on a
Right.
map.
Do we need to quickly hit the, are we not doing the Winfield one as well? I know we talked about the Van Zant but we also had the request on the Winfield place. I don't feel strongly on that one.
I don't remember what those addresses were. I was trying to find that. I couldn't remember.
Also, all what legally non-conforming property will be protected in this zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Correct.
I think that's, frankly, that's the definition of legally non-conforming.
Only.
Can you make that a little bit larger, please?
69 Winfield, Steve.
69.
That's much better.
Pardon the scrolling.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick, just looking at 69 Winfield, it's kind of in the middle of that bank of properties proposed to be rezoned, just so you know.
Gotcha. So then that maybe doesn't make sense to do. It was more of a
Oh.
question of what do folks think than.
I think it's a little awkward if it's not at the end. It's, it's pretty easy with what Mr. Flaherty is asking. This would be a little awkward to have a rezoned area and then a non-rezoned area and then a rezoned area again.
Yeah, to carve one out in the middle.
Carve one out seems odd, yeah. Trying to remember why they.
Let's see. Obviously, feel free to make any edits.
Just curious as to why the date is January 3rd. I mean, typically it's usually the day of or the day after our meeting.
So so we have to, once you set the effective date, have to publish it in the paper, and it has to be done before the effective date of the decision.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
and January 3rd was the first work day after the holidays, so that's what we put.
Okay, no problem. Let's do a roll call vote on this.
Sure. So this is just on the map amendment.
Yes.
With the changes you outlined.
Right.
Mr. Witherspoon,
Yes.
Mr. Mancini,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
And that's unanimous.
Okay. Then the second is the text amendment. Is there a motion, again, to either approve or deny the text amendment?
Should we plug edits in here or after the motion?
I'm sorry, Nick.
Sorry, if we have edits, do we want that now or after the motion?
Let's hear them now so that we can include them in motion.
Like only the one is prevent drive-throughs. That seemed like something I proposed. And then I don't know if there's anything you want to do on the restaurant front, on whether you want to reduce the square footage and make larger usage. a special permit, or you just leave as is for now? I don't know what people think there.
I don't think that's a good idea because restaurants come in all different sizes. You
Right.
get little coffee shops that are tiny. You get a good sit down fine dining restaurant. It has to be bigger in order to make,
Totally.
you know, so I don't think that makes sense for us to.
But I think what a drive-through will do, it will discourage certain uses, possibly banks, but a lot of fast food restaurants.
No, I agree on the drive-through. It's just limiting the size of restaurants. I don't agree.
Right.
I don't think, yeah, that makes sense.
Is there anything else, Nick?
Although I must say, I put drive-throughs as often as I can. Picking up
You
my-
want to exclude drive-throughs within the zone total, right? You don't want them regardless if it's a bank, a restaurant, or I just want to make sure I understand.
A bank has much lower usage than a drive-through restaurant.
Restaurant, yeah.
Just
I would go with
restaurants.
the
So
drive-through restaurant, although I don't know if that makes the Dunkin' Donuts, they're non-conforming.
Is that a drive-through?
To drive to Dunkin' Baskin there is a,
Oh, do you mean the one all the way down by Winfield? Or
Next
the
to
one
Mike's
that's
Deli.
further up?
next to the deli.
Next,
I get the one that's linked with Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, which does make the turn out of there very complicated. And I think it's, I think it has like a no left, but people can, still make the left, try to make the left of that nature. So it's sort of symbolic of the issues.
Right.
you could easily just put restaurants and taverns and then comma excluding drive-throughs.
yes, that'd be a good idea. But that Dunkin' Donuts, I used to always, when we had in-person meetings, I would leave early and go through the drive-through and pick up a coffee to bring to the zoning commission meeting.
I mean, that's a problem at many Dunkin' Donuts. The one near me down at New Canaan Avenue and Route 7 is just awful in the mornings with people going in terms of the impact it has on people driving or making that right-hand turn from Route 7 on to New Canaan Avenue.
And then the only other question was if you wanted any caps on the square footages for either 11 or 12, those would be the two. I don't think, to me, if you lower it back to 8,000, if that is a compromise on either of those or both of those, I think those are pretty good size. I don't think it alters the scheme too much.
I don't understand. You're limiting the size of, we're talking about limiting the size of restaurants?
Well, that was just one of the suggestions that come up a couple of times.
Oh, I thought we sort of abandoned that.
Restaurants don't, at least in my experience, are not attractive nuisances in that regard, in terms of traffic in and out.
Yeah, plus they come in all different sizes.
Right.
Tiny little coffee shops, great big restaurants. I think limiting the size would be a mistake. I mean, that's my personal opinion.
Agreed.
Okay.
But we do want to limit the drive-through of the restaurants though. Is that what
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, we have a motion. Nick made the motion. Was it seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, Richard seconds. Again, let's do a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Witherspoon,
Yes.
Mr. Mancini,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
Also unanimous.
All right, we need to move on. We have another public hearing.
Did you want to wait on that, Mr. Chairman, and just punt that to the next meeting?
The next meeting is going to be,
Post 10 o'clock.
yeah, is going to be quite something.
I mean, I would say you could likely put this on before the 283 Richards. I don't think there's going to be you know, a big public outcry over the outdoor dining.
You know what we were talking about, Brian and I, earlier? I don't know if there's anybody on the attendees list that's here that wanted to speak to that. Then we might get a sense. My guess is probably not, but there might be.
Well, I don't,
Not saying we have to take not talk to them now, but then would know for next time.
right. Why don't we ask, Brian?
Got one.
If people would just raise their hands if they're here to speak on that, just so we can get a count.
I see
Yes,
one.
this
I
is-
feel bad they waited this long for that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one.
I guess we can,
Can we take a comment in advance?
Well, I mean, you could
We can
open the hearing
and then just continue it.
yeah.
Yeah, open the hearing, get that individual's comment on that application and then continue it.
Yes.
So they don't have to stay come out another night. That shouldn't take long.
Yeah, that'd be a good
All right,
idea.
are you prepared then, Steve, for the presentation?
That's Mr. Baker, so he can.
Oh, okay. Brian?
Yeah, there's not much of a presentation. I could pull up the proposed text change. Essentially what it does is it was spurred by the Economic Development Department in conjunction with the Common Council on allowing outdoor dining as an accessory use to all restaurants and business zones throughout Norwalk. So public and private property can be utilized. One thing that's different with the reg than what's currently done is Governor Lamont's executive order for outdoor dining essentially waived all parking and zoning requirements. When that ends and this new regulation goes into place, you'll have to provide your parking now. So you're not going to be able to take up your parking unless you should have additional parking spaces that you don't need. That was one concern that had been raised by somebody in the public, that they didn't want it to, abut residence zones.
Right.
So, I mean, that's the gist of the change. There's some text that we pull out of the regs just to kind of get rid of any duplicative language. And then other than that, it is fairly straightforward. So they would have to come in and apply for an annual permit like they already do right now. And it's good from April 1st to November 30th of each year.
Okay. Then let's go to public comment.
Sure. So, Mark, I saw your hand up. I'll bring you over.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hold on. Hello?
We
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, my name's Mark Wilson. I live at 137 Washington Street. I have to get my cat out of the way. My thing is, they must have seen my cat.
That was my dog. He heard you.
A little bit, there's three buildings in my association. I'm sure most of you know that there's mixed use down here with condominiums over the commercial units on the first floor. And I think a lot of time people think, the commercial units own the buildings. They're not. They're part of condominiums. They're just units within the condominiums. The owners of the commercial units rent to tenants. And as you know, I think Mr. Schulman said, we don't want East Norwalk to be like South Norwalk, a string of restaurants. And that I agree with you, but it already is. My concern is with the wording, where parking for restaurants is exempt. The parking authority many times will cover the meters and have free parking. Restaurant owners are always complaining about patrons having to pay parking. So, they shut it off at 9 o'clock at night. Sorry. Whenever there's a loss in revenue to the parking authority, that has to be made up somewhere else. I pay taxes every year. I've lived here for 25 years on Washington Street. I've lived in Norwalk all my life. I have to pay $80 a month to park. I understand that. It used to be free because I could park in city parking lots when they were free. I pay $80. I don't mind. That's my fair share. I have to pay for the parking. But what happens is, again, when there's lost revenue with the parking authority, I'm subsidizing the tenants of the units that have restaurants. I'm subsidizing because that operating cost has to be made up. I don't know if there's been a study of how much each meter can bring in. So when they cover them for a year, that's lost revenue. So what happens is I'm already paying property taxes. Just got it in the mail today. I pay $80 to park a month because there's no parking for these buildings. And I understood that when I bought it. But why am I subsidizing the restaurants, the owners of the commercial units? There's a lot more residents. There's 40, and there's 3 buildings in my association, Washington Road Preservation 1. I'm not talking for the association. I am on the board. But there's 3 buildings. There's 49 residential units, all pay property taxes. There's 9 commercial units, they pay property taxes. The residents pay a lot more, but we're always left out of these decisions the city makes. And they're all, now the sidewalks are public. Last year, we spent tens of thousands of dollars the city made us spend to repair the sidewalks in front of our buildings. What about liability? You know, the people will come after the association if somebody happens to get hurt dining outdoors. The city already told we got to be indemnified. What about us, the associations? No one comes to us with these things. I walk down the street, I have to move, you know, because there's tables set up outside. I don't really have a problem with that. But I do have a problem when I have to subsidize for these restaurants and people that complain about paying a few bucks for parking when they spend, you know, hundreds of dollars on a meal and drinks, and they don't want to pay parking. They should pay their fair part in this, and that could be they'd be charged. Either the restaurants, the owners of those those commercial units would have to pay a fee. Why would they get free parking? When I have to, and when they don't have that revenue coming in at the parking authority, I'll see my rates go up to cover that loss. And it's just not fair. And that's part of the what you wrote in there, that restaurants, dining outdoors are exempt from parking. And they'll cover those meters. They have before. It was all covered last year, both sides of the street, Washington Street. That lost revenue's got to be made up somewhere. And it'll be increased in my monthly fees. It's happened before. It's gone up, trust me, since 25 years ago it was free, and then it went up and up and up, and it's up to $80 a month. And I don't mind paying it, but why are they getting it for free? Why am I subsidizing? You know, if I decided to rent my place, I can tell them, oh, the city will pay for your parking. They're just tenants down there. The restaurants are just tenants in a condominium association. I just wanted to say that. I mean, I've been on here for 6 hours. It was interesting watching what's going on in East Norwalk. And I know you guys are glassy-eyed now, but, you know, I didn't mind listening. I know there are concerns, you know, because it is happening in South Norwalk. But mine is that, paying the fair share. Don't give away something to people that have to be made up by somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
And if anybody else, I know I think Mark was the only one. But so just to sum up, so zoning isn't in charge of closing off the parking meters. That's all through the parking authority or, the powers may be. The reg is just saying that when you do seasonal outdoor dining, you do not need to come up with additional parking spaces for that space. So it's not waiving your parking fees or anything like that. And then as far as any sort of insurance, we do make them submit, if they're using city property, all the proper insurance information, which is all vetted through the legal department. So the city on that end is covered. I think those are the two main points.
And I think too, one thing to keep in mind is anytime, and I've seen this, it's pretty common in most places, if they offer outdoor dining, there's usually most of the dining is outdoors and very little of the dining is indoors unless it's really popular. That's usually what tends to happen.
I feel compelled to make a comment about my earlier comment about South Norwalk. It wasn't intended to disparage South Norwalk in any way. It was simply to point out that South Norwalk has its character, and I don't think we want the same character for the East Norwalk area. Since I've seen how comments that some of us make sometimes get thrown back in our faces by others. Let's move on to action. We've taken action on A, excuse me, action on B, the regulation, the text amendment to allow outdoor dining. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, Richard moves. Is there a second? Galen has seconded. Nick,
I just wanted to just let you, so we did refer this out to all the proper agencies. But I can do, I know that technically we have to put this on record, is the Planning Commission approved the change. I'll just pull it up on the screen real quick.
And Brian, while you're doing that, the one comment that we got from the public seemed to be about folks with near residential. I imagine the course of action there is if it, loudness, all that still will apply, not noise ordinances, et cetera. So like the course of action for that resident would be referring them or pointing them to how to make the appropriate complaints where they need to get that taken care of, right?
Correct. Yeah, any
Okay,
noise
cool.
complaints would go straight to the police department. All of those are still in effect, so nobody's exempt from that kind of stuff.
okay, can you make that just a bit larger, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
And then one more just
Okay.
for belts and suspenders. This is the same thing Steve did, referred it to the state DEP because technically it affects properties that abut the water. So they found the proposal generally consistent. And then the two other referrals was to WestCog, who also made the same finding, and the Harbor Management Commission. And with that, I am
Okay.
done on my-
Let's move the question, roll call.
Mr. Mancini,
Approve.
Mr. Witherspoon,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Wells. That's a yes nod.
That's a yes.
Mr. Rowena
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes. Okay, continuing and hopefully very briefly, approval of minutes of December 8th. Can I
So
have-
moved.
So move.
Right.
Yes.
Richard moved, and I think, Michael, did you second?
Yes.
And all those in favor?
All right.
Opposed, abstentions? Frank is abstaining. because-
Thanks. I wasn't at the last meeting.
Exactly. Okay, that's great. Any comments, Steve?
I really do appreciate the long hour tonight. I know it's a long night, so thank you.
And it looks as if we may have one more long night coming. And that is for the January meeting. I think it's, again, as I said last, at our meeting last week, it's really important that we have as many commissioners out at the meeting on the Temple as possible, as a way of being as fair as possible, both to the applicant and to the neighborhood. So I would strongly encourage you, do everything you can to try and make it to the meeting. And the meeting is on January 6th at 6 o'clock. And it also is the last meeting of this commission. We'll be losing Michael, we'll be losing Frank. They'll both be missed. With that, I'll call for adjournment of motion to adjourn.
Quick thing, are we gonna, the parking thing that Dick, you guys were talking about, I think it's important that we get the ball rolling on. I don't know, the parking, the traffic, the comments that we were making with the East Norwalk, they were saying, checking in on everything, Steve.
Permit parking.
There you go. That was the thing.
Right.
Sorry. We listen.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Nick.
That's our new tagline. Anyway, before I got myself in trouble. Good night, everyone.
Well, we haven't voted.
Motion
All those
approved.
in favor, all those in favor of adjourning. Hey, it looks like it's unanimous. Okay.
Have a happy
Take
holiday.
care.
Happy
Have
holidays.
a great holiday.
Take care.
And hope to see you all on the 6th.
See you
Yep.
soon.
See you
Bye-bye.
soon.
Good night.
Bye-bye.